to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. What to do this time of year? Well, there are stock trout and other fish to be caught. There are many different migratory birds to see. There are shed deer antlers to be found, and there are many trails to be traversed in Nebraska's 250-mile fitness challenge. Get more ideas for stepping outside on our Game and Parks website, outdoornebraska.gov.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Hi, Matt, Josh.
Hi.
How you guys doing today?
My computer crashed before we got on the air, so I'm doing great.
Your computer sucks.
It's terrible. It's awful.
For being a free computer.
That's what I'm always debating about, because I'm like, I can't get mad because I didn't buy it myself, and I'm very
Happer
happy.
Recently got a new computer.
It's great.
Last year. It is great.
I'm very happy that I didn't have to purchase this. It was a very nice gift, but at the same time, it's like this thing just freezes. It just freezes. It just craps. It just turns off.
What are you doing on there?
I mean, nothing that you're not doing on there.
Oh,
you know?
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
You seem like a guy.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's start this. This is going to be a banger. How do I see?
Can you minimize all your tabs and show me your desktop?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not where I thought we were going.
Definitely not.
Okay, it's a lot of tabs.
I thought he was going to ask to see his
tabs open.
Yeah,
it's a lot of unorganized items on there.
It is literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like a couple of things on the side. I don't really.
It's like 30 to 40.
I don't really and half the stuff isn't even mine. It's
Schaefer does the same thing. Schaefer's computer is a disaster, and it freaks me out every time I look at it.
I don't really download or really store things on this computer all that much. Like, if you really wanted to get mad at me and talk about my disorganization, you should look at my production folder here in the office.
Oh no!
I mean that thing is a mess.
I don't want to do that.
And I've even, to be honest, I've made Josh's Middays with Matt folder a complete disaster at this point too.
Don't go in Josh's folders.
Well,
he just drops things in there. Says, dub it in.
Yes.
Just email it to him. He'll delete the email immediately.
That's a good point.
Organization. Brings peace to my world.
I've just recently, though, opened all of the emails. So I minimized my inbox on my work email. So I was up to 300 unopened emails. And I went through and I opened them.
Disgusting.
Freaks me out.
And now now we're back up to 132. So I have to do another cleanse.
But
emails.
It's back to the computer breaking thing. I mean, I think in general, the disorganization of the computer could lead to its demise.
I really don't. There's barely any saved data on this thing. I really don't download a whole lot on this thing. What I use this thing for is I open up Firefox and I open up a bunch of tabs and I do a bunch.
Do you ever turn it off?
Yeah, I shut it down every day.
Like, do you turn it off or do you just close it?
Oh, I guess I just close it.
Do you allow it to get systematic updates periodically?
Oh, the automatic updates are on. Okay. And once again, there's not enough saved data on this computer where the updates get backed up.
Do you charge it?
Yeah, every day, right here. It's always on a charger.
That's good.
It's always charging. It never dies. Well, very rarely it dies.
I'm always weirded out by people who don't charge their things at nighttime.
Yeah.
Schaefer.
I'm guilty of that.
You don't charge your you wear your watch to bed, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that freaks me
That's
out.
my alarm clock, though.
Yep.
So
If I told you,
And you have extenuating circumstances.
if I told you
Very much.
what percentage my phone was on right now, you would be very upset.
Is it less than 20?
It's yes.
Oh my god!
It's so
It's
early
11. It's 10 o'clock.
Do it while you're sleeping.
How's this possible?
Try it again.
You just woke up 2 hours ago.
It's at 4% right
4? What are you gonna do? Well, it's gonna die
now. No, I have a charger that I brought here that I'll just plug in.
somewhere.
Yeah,
Who knows where it
It's
is?
it's in my coat over by my desk.
what are you doing?
What do you mean?
You just like roll around with your phone at 5%?
Yeah, and I just
You've
charge
been
it.
in the office for how long and you were never like, I might as well charge it before the show?
Well, no, I think when I woke up today, it was at like 45%, 40-ish%. And I just, woke up and read a lot of articles and read about Munetaka Murakami and read about Carson Beck.
All the
and,
while, your phone was on
and-
40%.
And I
Could
read
you
about,
believe-
4?
I read about
I
reread a
can't even
CBS article.
I can't
about
even look at
something.
my phone if it's below 40%. Ever. It bothers me. It freaks me
I
out.
probably get under 10% on my phone like every day, and I have to recharge it.
Yeah, I mean, that I can understand, but like you could also just charge it overnight when it's not doing anything.
Yeah,
else.
there's just times where I just go to bed and I just get lazy and I forget to plug it in. It just happens. Today was one
That
of those
is
days.
quite the level of lazy.
The watch aside, I'm very big on just charging everything overnight. Like I never bring a charger in because my computer is almost always fully charged when I grab it at 5:20 in the morning.
Yeah,
I always have it plugged in every second
I have
of every day.
I have a charger on me all the time. Like when I go out to the bars, like I bring a charger with me just in case.
So you wouldn't have to if you just charged it in like a normal person.
I was at a bar this week and they had a this is the first
station.
This is the first time I'd ever seen this. A rentable.
The lockers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like here.
At the
You've never seen that before?
No, I don't go out much.
at the Chicago Blackhawks games, they have one of those things, but it's free. You
Yeah,
just
like I've
walk-
seen them at like the airport and
Yeah.
things like that.
There's
Never at a bar.
a couple Lincoln places had like the alleged supercharger where you could pay whatever it is, and then in 10 minutes your phone's supposed to be near like 80%.
That can't be good for the phone.
No.
Well, I do find that those superchargers that charge them really quickly, I feel like the battery drains even quicker. Like I feel like when it takes slower, it's
the
much
battery
slower
definitely
to,
drains faster off of a quick charge.
1,000,000%.
But I don't think it drains faster than it takes to charge.
all the technology in the world, why can't we just have a device that like charges your phone to 100% in like 10 minutes and then your phone like never loses battery, and it takes a while, it takes a long time.
Let me
The battery
introduce you to the
lobbyists are fighting.
Nokia brick phone.
Ah, man, what a time. I used to just chuck
Playing
that thing up into
Really?
Oh, dude, it was like
You only had to charge that thing like once a week.
Are you familiar with Snake? Have you heard about this
I have
from a
no
Nokia?
idea. No
Nokia
idea what
phone?
this is. No.
It was one of the early cell phone games that everybody was addicted to.
Oh, okay, cool. I played the one where it's like it had a ball and you had to hit the bricks. My dad's BlackBerry.
Breaker.
Yeah, I played.
Classic BlackBerry game.
I played a lot of. My dad was like the first person to get like a BlackBerry at his work. Like he was the first one to get the BlackBerry, and then he was the last one to give it up. And he had,
I didn't want to give it up because that was the next era after that was right to the iPhone era, I think.
Yeah, I never had the BlackBerry. I went from flip phone to an iPhone. It was
my dad's
world
BlackBerry
changing.
had the little ball that you would like.
Yeah, I like the little trackpad.
Yeah. What?
Didn't all the BlackBerries have that?
There was one. He had one BlackBerry that didn't have that. Where it was just
I had one that it was just a glass square.
Oh,
Really?
Really?
They were probably reacting to the iPhone by that point.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
time I have to get a new phone, I get closer. Oh my God. Skip Bayless is top 10 players of all time. LeBron James is 9.
Yeah, did you see his? They just put up his tweet
Larry
from last
Bird.
night, and it said,
Oh my
"Nice
God.
job by LeBron. He played really, really well tonight. He's hanging on at 9th on my all-time list."
Incredible. Old man Doug is going to email in and be like, I told you Larry Bird is better than LeBron James.
So, do you remember when we were all freaked out when iPhones became really popular, and the big point of contention was it doesn't have any buttons. It only has the one button. Where are the buttons?
Yes.
I mean, it did not make any sense to me. I was like, there's no way I will ever do this. Ever. I mean, I will never. I need buttons.
There's no way you can wrap your head
opposed to the iPhone. Yeah. Not a surprise.
It was one of my worst takes of all time.
Do you guys remember when they took away the home button? They took away the one button and everybody flipped out. Everyone was like, "Are you kidding me? How is there not a home button?"
But imagine going from like 100 buttons to one button.
See, I never really experienced that.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Imagine
it. Great, I can't. I literally can't fathom. I can't put it into my brain what it would be like.
Matt, you see this little dot over here on the left?
Is that a home button?
That's a home button.
You still use
it anytime.
It's
incredible.
But it's not a button.
You are a heathen. You are
It's so much faster to use that to get to various things.
You are no, it is not.
Yeah.
It is so not. You just flick your thumb. Just like this. Look how easy I can manage everything. I can go to this app and go here. Look, I'm going down here.
All you're doing is going left and right on your home screen.
I was really quick.
Just imagine, though, if there was a button. If you do that.
You could fly.
You just press end call for everything. Or back.
I'm getting so lazy when I hang up that I don't even hit the red button anymore.
You don't even need to. It just hangs up.
I just turn I
would assume your phone just hangs up for you when it dies because you started the call.
that there's multiple times that, and I'm willing to admit that where I'm on a FaceTime with somebody or I'm on a call with somebody and go, oh, I got to renew the charger.
How often do you FaceTime?
Probably, not as nearly as much as I used to.
You're
very rarely now. Very rarely now, honestly.
Was it the family or
everybody?
Okay.
At one point, I would say in college, I was probably on 2 to 3 FaceTimes a week. That I was just always FaceTiming people. I was FaceTiming.
Do you ever FaceTime anyone?
When I'm like on the road, I'll like FaceTime my family.
Yeah. That's the only time that I can ever imagine FaceTime making any purpose for me.
That's actually literally it.
To see my kid or to show my kid to my mom. That's it. That's legitimately it.
100%.
There will be times where I'll be on like a call and it'll be 25 or 30 minutes and I'll go, let's just FaceTime. Let's just open this up a little bit. You know,
does that make it different? Does that make it faster?
Well, it's a little bit. It's sometimes like my buddy Dave, like he got like new clubs and he was telling me about the clubs. Like, just FaceTime me and just show me what the clubs look like, you know, or stuff like that. But I would say in college, there became a point where it was not phone calls. It was FaceTimes. It was all FaceTimes all the time. It was how I communicated with people was FaceTimes. I've not done that in forever.
Is that born out of like the Snapchat thing?
I think so.
Okay.
Zoom.
I skipped that entirely.
I also think it was
Zoom. I was into because of COVID.
The Zoom generation.
And probably also like Connor kind of hit it on the head. Like I will just get into I will be really into something for 5 months, you know, or I'll be really into something for like a year and then like I'll get away from it. And I think FaceTiming definitely was one of those.
You were addicted to FaceTime?
Dude, I'm telling you right now that there was a good year to year and a half of my life where I didn't call anybody and I FaceTimed everybody.
Wow.
It was all FaceTimes.
I'm happy I was not part of that year.
And then
declined every time.
And then now it's honestly, and then there was probably a year where I just loved calling people and talking to people. And now I just like when I get a call, I'm more than likely to be like, I don't want to talk to anybody right now. You know.
Something happened.
I'm pro phone call. I just don't need the FaceTime.
I think I started working and I got a job and I don't have as much time anymore.
That makes sense.
I think that's just what it is. I think I work, and now my work includes talking all day. And there are just moments where I'm like, I don't want to talk.
It would seem to me that you have an abundance of time.
Well, I mean, in comparison to all of you.
Less time than he used to.
I believe it or not, he used to have more time.
Yeah.
What were you doing with even more time?
I was a menace.
Were you going to Hawaiian Bros Pizza?
It's not pizza. Why do you keep calling it Hawaiian Bros Pizza? I was listening to you kept saying pizza over and over again. It's not Hawaiian Bros Pizza.
Googling it. I'm like looking it up.
I don't know why I said it.
There's nothing pizza about it.
I don't know why I said
it. This exact reaction, and then I'm over here searching, and I'm like, I am not finding anything about pizza.
So I actually went and looked it up. Now, first off, by the way, you were the one who broke it to me that they changed it because I've been the one benefiting.
They changed it. Yeah, I'm really mad at them right now.
I've been going to Hawaiian Bros a lot and cashing in on.
Shout out to the Royals.
And the other night,
they didn't even do it for the Kansas City area.
No, it's just literally anyone ever.
It's crazy.
Any location.
What a disaster of a promotion.
And also, too, they scored 5 runs the other night. And I got mad. I was like, damn it. Why didn't you score 6?
One more. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was great. Now
every generation of Royals fan has had this. Now this is. I'm glad this is theirs. The one for us was Papa John's.
Really?
Papa John's in college was incredible.
Yep.
It was 6 runs and a win, and it was like a $5 pizza or something.
It was like 50% off.
Yeah, it was like a $5 pizza. It ended up being like a $5 pizza. It was great. I got Papa John's so much in college.
Ours was the bowl score 100 points and win, you get a free Big Mac. And like you had to go to the game and you had to have the card. And so you
you didn't have to go to the game
right.
or have anything.
Great. No,
even be in the area.
Or even do like a promo code. It was just like, here's the pizza.
You had to get the little foldable promotional thing that they used to hand out at games. Like they used to give it to you when you walked in and told you all, and they gave you like, hey, you have the bagel tonight in the Dunkin' race, and you have, here's your card if the Bulls score 100 points. For the Blackhawks, it was if they scored 1 goal, you could go to a Walgreens and you could get lemon heads. And
1 goal?
Yeah. They
bizarre.
So you can just go and you can get the little lemon head candy.
This store to get this very specific candy.
Yeah. Rarely
they scored a goal.
Yeah, why would anyone get lemon heads as a bad candy?
It is a bad candy. It was terrible, but we had lemon heads around all the time because they were free. Because by the way, they did this when the Hawks had a dynasty. So it was just like every time you just be like, yeah.
There's a whole generation of Chicagoans that have very strong opinions on lemon heads.
Probably.
I haven't done the Godfather's Creighton 75 in years. I don't even know what it is anymore.
Yeah, I need to know what this is because I
so
like
it's 75 points and it's Godfather's Pizza, but I don't know what the deal is.
Okay.
I don't know what the actual deal is.
That's interesting.
And I'm sure it used to be a lot. Well, I mean, the points used to be lower, and then they started scoring points.
And Nebraska basketball is if there's 2 missed free throws by the opponent.
Creighton does that too.
Yeah.
Bricking for chicken.
What's the do they still do the Big Mac sack? Did they take that away?
No, that went away.
Big Mac sack went away.
Oh,
yeah.
That's crazy. Now they still do the high V. If the Huskers win and by how many points they win, you get X amount of cents off on gas.
Oh,
right?
I didn't know about
that either.
Joey explained that. Maybe Joey. Joey explained that.
If they score 34 points, you get 34 cents off a gallon of gas.
Hell of a deal, right?
When they beat Akron,
$14 a gallon gas next October.
In my early days of doing women's basketball, I think it was a certain point. I think it was 75 or 80. We were doing Raising Cane's, I think.
Okay.
Nice.
And it was like free box combos.
That would be nice
for everybody. And I would just it would be an excuse for me to get on the microphone and yell, chicken! People were just eating it up, literally and figuratively.
So like at KLIN, like for whatever reason, they land this like sponsorship with Raising Cane's. They gave Raising Cane's gave them like a cooler and this whole goodie bag or whatever. But they also Cane's gave KLIN like 40 free box combo gift cards. And Maria was like the promotions lady, and she knew I was like a cheap college kid and I didn't want to pay for food. And so it was like literally once or twice a week, I would just walk in her office and be like, can I get a card? And she'd give me a free box combo. And I just lived off of
it's definitely one of the best parts of working with the marketing departments at places. They're just like, here, would you like this? I'm like, absolutely.
Maria and I became really good friends, and she would just be like, hey, by the way, we got load seats to Alan Jackson.
FaceTime her?
No, I never FaceTime her. Not FaceTime.
Really?
I've never FaceTime a coworker.
When you go back
Maria.
of friends.
Yeah.
Is that going to be one of the categories? Like if you're FaceTiming with them, they need to go up.
If you are a FaceTime friend, you automatically are a top 5 seed.
Wow.
You're an auto top 5 seed.
You have Josh Peterson as a top 5 seed. Is he a FaceTime friend?
No, but I don't. But him and I became friends outside of my FaceTime.
He can't even FaceTime. He has a dumb phone.
Josh does.
I can FaceTime.
Josh
No, you
Peterson,
can't.
not Josh.
I FaceTime my wife.
You have the wrong Josh.
It's not FaceTime.
No, he has a green phone.
He does have a green phone.
Yeah, but I said Josh Peterson.
Oh, sorry.
Every time that I buy, I have to get a new phone, which unsurprisingly is more often than you think. I get closer and closer to getting a non-Apple.
Every 18 months for you.
It's around that.
Every time that happens, what happens?
I get closer and closer to getting an Android.
Because why?
Because it's cheaper and they don't break as much, at least according to the internet. And they last a little bit.
Good luck with that.
have the internet.
My mom told me she was like, I will not interact with you if you have a green text message.
Wow.
I was like, that's
tough.
Well, makes sense.
Are you so anti-green bubble?
It is quite annoying. It's quite annoying in group chats.
Have you ever been?
Josh's phone was doing this thing for a while where every time I would send him a text, it would say undelivered or something like that. But he would clearly still get it every time because he was responding.
Well,
triggered.
Well, I now have a problem texting Josh because I send Josh videos or links, and now apparently they're not sending to Josh right now.
I'm sure.
So, I haven't gotten
yeah. When was the last time you got a tweet from me?
Via text?
Yeah. Because
I don't know that I've ever gotten a text.
I've sent plenty.
This is not good.
Don't send.
This is not
Which
good.
is why there were multiple times where I'm like, did you cut up that thing? And you go, well, you never sent it.
Our
to me.
dear friend, Damon Benning, who would never say anything bad about 1620 The Zone, will text us like a video sometime.
Yeah.
And the video, for some reason, comes out like a video like it was recorded on a potato. and I'm like, I know that this is not the quality of the video that you're seeing right now. Something is getting lost in translation.
Also, the video size might just be this big. Like for some reason it won't open.
Yeah.
Very
the file
confusing.
gets compressed so badly.
That's when Damon doesn't send us something on TikTok, and I don't have TikTok, so I can't open anything.
Josh is double bad. He doesn't have TikTok and has a green phone. He can't even see videos
Yeah,
at
I
all.
run into the TikTok thing. I feel like they've changed that now.
Oh, have
you
they?
can watch more.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I'd like to watch the good ones. I just don't want to get sucked into scrolling for hours.
People send me TikTok links all the time, and I don't have the courage to tell them that I don't have TikTok and I'm not going to watch that video.
Yeah, that's probably a real thing for you.
Don't
Yeah,
have TikTok.
But it just never.
He just has the Reels deals.
Yeah, I do the YouTube shorts. I don't need both of those things in my life.
Old soul.
Yeah, and also, but here's the thing though. I react to the chat and I go ha ha, like I do the funny emote.
Yeah, what
reaction.
happens when you get haha reacted on your green phone?
I think like a laughing face comes up.
Yeah, they have a laughing.
That's cool.
face.
But I get sent a TikTok that I didn't see, and I just go, "Oh, haha," and I pretend like it was funny or whatever, even though I did not watch it. And I have.
But what if the TikTok isn't funny? Have you been called out on?
I don't think I've
reacting?
never been sent a TikTok that wasn't meant to be funny.
Okay.
I don't think I was ever sent like, "Oh, here's an educational TikTok that you would be interested in."
I'm gonna recruit people to send you sad TikToks so you end up laughing.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I've been watching lately is this guy who has this dog and he eats a bunch of food.
This guy lives.
Is it the guy with the chicken foot and the liver?
The dog's name is Panther.
Yeah,
and he says Panther eats the minced turkey, and then he just gobbles up the food, and then they're like, we're gonna send him back into the woods, but it's just a bit because every time they tell him he's gonna go into the woods, he just comes back, and he's a dog. He's not a panther.
He's a big dog.
It's just but it is disgusting. This dog is an animal.
He eats a gooseneck.
Generally, dogs are animals,
but like an animal.
He eats an egg with the shell.
Yeah, sick.
But then the ones that I see on the YouTube shorts, they're like they describe to you why he eats them. It's like, for bone strength.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. He's a dog.
For what do you mean? It's still nutrition.
You can feed a dog anything. It's a.
You cannot feed a dog anything.
This dog in particular.
There definitely is a different quality of life and health, based upon what you're feeding your dog.
I think this weekend I'm going to get TikTok. I'm going to download it, and I'm going to send you Hantavirus TikTok.
Ooh, okay.
Hanta. What is it? Is it Hanta or Hanta?
I believe it's Hanta.
Well, he watches the late night news with David Muir.
David Muir and his
who's
biceps.
That? My name's David Muir. 600 people have died today.
That's terrible.
He does the ABC News at 5:30.
Yeah.
Oh,
because Lester time is over.
Shredded. Yeah. R.I.P. Lester. He's still with us.
You guys are saying a bunch of names and words.
You don't watch the nightly national news?
Never. There's no way you watch.
I do. I kind of do sometimes.
I am the last generation of people that will ever watch the nightly news.
I cannot tell you right now. Like, everyone jokes about in my generation with the NBA game where it's like you skip David Aldridge, right? Like David Aldridge goes to the sideline, you skip him immediately. That's me in the news. The news comes on after a sporting event, and I immediately go, get this off my TV. And I flip over and I go somewhere. Not to disrespect the people of the news.
Their hooks must not be good enough.
I just, I don't know. I've never really grown up with that.
So you're out on the news. I get it.
Now Lauren and Andy are going to be like, really?
Everybody can hear this.
Matt, my dad used to DVR every national newscast so he could watch it that night.
Whoa.
My dad
needed the CBS, the Fox, the ABC, and the NBC. And then he would give me his rankings occasionally as to how, as if it was very important to me.
I love this.
Who never watched this.
My dad
was what anchor was in his number one spot during the spring.
You've never
2016
stumbled across the 10 o'clock news?
I mean, yes, I've stumbled across news.
And you've never enjoyed it?
Yeah,
it's okay. You don't turn you love Saturday Night Live, right? You turn it on a little bit early.
Yes, Lauren Michelson, who Matt has never watched do anything.
Fascinating.
I see her
only on social media.
Yes.
Wow. She doesn't work for social media. She works for the news. So 10:15 comes around. You're like, oh, I can't wait. SNL starts in 15 minutes. I better turn it on the right channel.
I go and watch some oratory highlights until then.
Okay. That's my generation. Our generations would turn on the channel beforehand to get prepared to watch SNL.
Mm-hmm. I watch a lot of this is shocking, and they're going to get mad at me. Yes, this is completely right. The only other time I've seen Andy or Lauren work is I am on my phone in some sort of social.
That's
media
crazy.
capacity.
That's awesome.
I mean,
I watch them. I watch the whole thing.
Yeah, but it doesn't count.
Do that. It totally counts. I'm consuming their content. What do you mean it doesn't count?
This Saturday, tune into the news at
content.
at 10:15, and then stick around for Matt Damon and Noah Khan
Bro,
on SNL.
Matt Damon.
Dude, what a lineup.
I know.
What a lineup.
I did watch some of the Olivia Rodrigo last week. I thought she was unimpressive.
Yeah.
Whoa! I thought she was great.
I like her.
I do too.
She's not the host of SNL.
She's too much of an actress. Yeah. She's too good. That's kind of what I'm saying.
The one Jealous X segment was pretty good, though.
I didn't really laugh at anything.
I had a great time with that.
Yeah.
Also, Cam Patterson is so funny.
Yes.
Cam Patterson's good.
That guy's
Cam
good.
Patterson is awesome. And there's the guy who does the Tucker Carlson.
There's a WNBA for men?
Yes. That's what he said. That was so good. The guy who does the Tucker Carlson impression.
Yeah.
His name's Jeremy Colhane.
Yeah.
And
I've seen that guy.
He was on Dropout TV.
You have to be the only person your age that knows anyone on SNL.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I enjoy
no, because all those people come from YouTube now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's true.
This Jeremy Colhane guy became very famous, on the internet. With Sam Reich was his name, who made Dropout TV.
I'm still waiting until there's a name that I know out of any of these.
I know Olivia Rodrigo.
I know Olivia Rodrigo, but only because
her new album. Her new album's coming out.
Is she the DMV one?
Yes, the driver's license. Yeah.
DMV one.
Yeah.
That's how I remembered her.
When the Cubs traded Chris Bryant, I listened to a lot of Olivia Rodrigo. I was very sad
because it was like a bad breakup for you.
It was, and I listened to. Wait, let me go to her Guts album. I'll tell you exactly what song.
You were listening to Meghan Trainor, who you also love.
No,
you're still a traitor.
That's
the one.
It was. I forgot what.
I like your songs. She's good. I just didn't think she was very funny on SNL.
There was this one song where she talks about how she lost a friend, and how she's really curious how that friend is doing. And
but you say he's just a
Chris Bryant just got traded to the Giants, and I was listening to this Olivia Rodrigo song, and I almost started to cry.
Well, now he's on the IL in perpetuity for the Rockies, so you don't have to wonder where
he's actually in baseball hell. That's where he's at.
Well, I think actually he's doing great. He's collecting a very big paycheck to do nothing.
Yeah, he's Anthony Rendon.
Yeah,
basically.
He's having a great time.
Oh, that's no place to be.
I will say this though, the guy I went to a Colorado Rockies game, and he was there hanging out with the team, in the dugout, being a good teammate. He just doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think he's a bad guy. He's just never going to play baseball in a meaningful way again.
No.
I saw your boy was in town last night.
Who's my boy?
Rizzo.
Yeah.
He was doing Boys Town deal.
I saw that. I don't know. AK was the one who was the MC for it.
You probably saw it on social media.
No, AK came on the show and told me he was going to be the MC.
Oh, so he comes on your show.
He came to you.
I watch his content. I know what he does.
But it doesn't count.
I'm going to get a lot of blowback for I'm sorry. I don't sit down and watch the cable.
You're like the
It
kid.
was like a 30-second clip of you on Twitter, and Andy was like, "Yeah, I listen to Matt all the time. I listen to these 30-second clips."
To be fair, I'm on 4 hours a day. He's on about 4 minutes.
He heard the Godfather
Which
promo.
seems
and-
like a lot less
like,
of
yeah,
a
I know
time
that.
investment for you.
That's true. In theory, it should be easier.
No, it should be easier for him to listen to me. There's more content.
And as we discovered earlier, you have plenty of time.
I have a lot of time. Too much time. So
You could DVR things.
The last time I DVR'd somebody was my dad called me and wanted me to DVR some news show that he wanted to watch.
Probably CSI.
No. News.
FBI.
No. My dad does
Like
not
CBS Sunday morning.
It would be CNN or Fox News or MSNBC or ABC or whomever that might be. I don't want to dox my dad and say what news channel he's watching.
I have an idea.
Yep, I think everybody does. So
Apparently, I don't watch the news. That's you.
that is not. That's the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. I don't sound that high. I'm
No,
not
that's you ever seen that kid?
no.
That kid is my hero.
Apparently,
Yeah, look it up. You do your little YouTube.
What are we doing here? What are we doing? Are we serious right now? That's
I do
Tucker
not.
Carlson.
Oh, okay.
What are we
yeah.
doing?
No, not that. That's a very
Let's
different
be
thing.
real.
Just Google, just
Come
YouTube it.
on. Middays with Matt. Coming up next.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com. Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
Our warming trend continues Friday. Small chance of a stray sprinkle early and late in the day, though most stay dry. Otherwise, expect partly to mostly cloudy skies. Breezy at times with northwest winds gusting up to 20 miles per hour. Highs in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
The Zone Hotline is powered by Prairie Flower Casino. Play longer, win more.
Truck drivers know the road, but they also know how important it is to get home. At Liquid Trucking, you don't have to choose between the two. Our drivers enjoy consistent home time with weekly schedules you can count on. We also pay by the hour with reliable weekly pay you can depend on. Drivers can earn $95,000 to $105,000 in their first year with opportunities for bonuses and extra pay. If you're a CDLA driver looking for dependable home time and strong pay, apply today at liquidtrucking.com.
Mornings at Early Bird have always been pretty great, and now they just got better. Come in from 6:30 to 8:30 a.m. and grab your favorites for just $9.99, like the AM pot pie, biscuits and gravy, or the Early Bird with 2 eggs, meat, hash browns, and toast. Talk about the perfect way to start your day without breaking the bank. Oh, and there's Flocktail Hour. From 12:30 to 2:30, get 50% off all cocktails every day. Breakfast, brunch, or a midday pick-me-up. Early Bird. Not your everyday brunch, every day.
For more than 50 years, Woodhouse has been proud to serve our communities. We're more than a dealership. We're your neighbor, your partner, and your trusted name in automotive. Generations of drivers have counted on Woodhouse for honesty, transparency, and a hassle-free experience. Every deal starts at the manufacturer's suggested retail price. Then we apply discounts and rebates to get you to your true price. No gimmicks, no surprises. Shop local, shop trusted at woodhouse.com. Hassle-free all the way to your driveway. That's Woodhouse.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Middays with Matt.
I understand that I grew up in the participation trophy era of society.
As long as you know.
Okay? Like, I'm very well aware that kids like myself who were born in the 2000s, we were patted on the head and we were patted on the back, and we were told by our parents, this is the generalization, right? We were told by our parents we didn't do anything wrong and we gave it our best and that's all you can do and this and that. And here's your trophy for 7th place. We love you. We're so proud of you. It's not your fault. You didn't switch properly on the perimeter and gave up that 3-pointer. It was your coach's fault. He shouldn't have put you in that bad situation. I understand that's the generalization. Let me tell you something right now. Mike and Marty McMaster did not raise that kid, okay? I grew up in the participation trophy era. I loathe participation trophies, okay? I loathe them. I loathe losing. And I can't stand the expanded playoffs that has happened all across sports. I can't stand that there are now 3 wild cards in the MLB. I thought, honestly, maybe a bad take, maybe one of the first ones that we'll have on the show. I kind of loved it when it was the 3 division winners and 1 wild card team.
Oh, let's go!
I preferred that. Yeah. But you know what? You play 162 games, and those 162 games should matter so much, and they mattered way more when you had 4 playoff teams in the MLB. I can't stand the play-in. I already think too many teams get into the NBA playoffs to begin with. I'm sorry, how many times are an 8 seed or a 7 seed really going to make a run? The fact that we are allowing 10 teams into the NBA playoffs is a joke. 12 is too many teams in the college football playoff. 16 is going to be absolutely ridiculous. And when they decided to add a 7th team to the NFL playoffs, I go, what are we doing? Like, are you telling me that you can win damn near 13 games and you don't get a bye anymore? There's only 1 team that gets a bye? That makes no sense. 7 teams, that's too many. We can't be handing out these participation trophies.
Middays with Matt. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620. The Zone.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
In school sports, it's easy to see the wins, the moments that make headlines. But there's so much work that goes unseen for any of it to happen. My name is Phil Risen, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Throughout the country, athletic administrators dedicate countless hours to making life-changing opportunities possible for student athletes through sports. Their sacrifice is fueled by the belief that every student can grow and deserves their time to shine. On behalf of the NIAAA, we want to thank every athletic administrator for your tireless dedication to providing 7.8 million students across the country a path to a better future.
This message presented by the NIAAA, the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're going to hurt some people. Whose car are we going to take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest. That's an absolutely horse crap call.
Hey, Grumper Daddy!
But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays with Matt live and roll here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster, joined by Josh Odson as always. 1620 AM here in Omaha, 97.7 The Zone in Central Nebraska on a pretty nice day. You know, we're in the, I like the sun. I'm a big fan of the sun.
Good take, Matt.
Really big fan of the sun. I've noticed that, maybe this is me growing up, but it's like when the sun is out, I'm way more likely to be happy. I'm just way more likely to just be productive, to do nice things. I could never live in Seattle. I'm just going to put it out there right now. I could never do it. I could never live in a place where you just don't have sunshine.
Yeah.
It just can't. I can't compute. That doesn't compute to me. I would just be doomy and gloomy all the time, which is not what we're trying to be here on the radio. We are trying to be happy and fun and exciting, which is exactly why we're going to talk about the reasons why you should be pessimistic about Nebraska's football season.
No reasons to be pessimistic.
This is a continued series that we've done this week. Earlier in the week, we did reasons to be optimistic. You can go ahead and re-listen to that through our radio replays. I gave you all. The wide receiver room is going to be great. The linebacking room has never been better. Okay, Anthony Calandria has the ability to be game-changing. Okay, there are some very interesting things they can do in the running back room, like the versatility that they have between a receiving back and Isaiah Mosey and the potential. I don't want to crown him, but Jamal Rule has a ton of potential to be a really good running back. And the things that we saw from Mekhi Nelson, there were a lot of things to be optimistic about, and there are plenty of things to be pessimistic about. So we will talk about some reasons for pessimism for Nebraska football. And then later in the show, we are going to put it all together. We were supposed to do this yesterday, but we got really caught up in what is Nebraska football's expectations in a 24-team college football playoff model, which I was shocked by some of the reaction.
Good convo.
I honestly said what I said, and it was a little bit like John and Josh when they explained, everything that happened this week, where they said what, they said, and then things kind of blew up, and they did not expect that to be something that they would get into a conversation about. I didn't think saying that I had expectations for Nebraska football to be
Still
in.
going, huh? Okay.
Yeah, it's a long intro. My expectations for Nebraska football to be in a 24-team playoff consistently, I didn't think that would spark a lot of conversation and not criticism, but counterpoints, if you will.
Yeah.
But
I like that there was an exchange of ideas without childish name calling.
As always, what you
looking at up there, buddy?
We got to turn off Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless right now, because there's just so much. This is Skip Bayless's all-time pickup team in 2013.
Tiago Splitter,
Michael Jordan,
Kwame Brown,
Tiago Splitter, Horacio Nesterovic, Kwame Brown, and Stanislav Medvedenko. Okay, that is his all-time pickup team.
He purposely put Jordan with 4 bums.
By the way, I have not seen Stanislav Medvedenko's name in so long. That is awesome. What is his obsession with white Europeans?
Well,
and then why is Kwame Brown in there?
He's got a type.
Literally.
I'm more concerned with whoever did the lighting on First Take.
You have been really fired up about this.
It's not something I ever know. It's kind of like if you know a referee's name, they're a bad referee, or if you know a judge's name, they're a bad judge.
To be fair, don't you think it'd be pretty hard to light Skip Bayless?
Well, I imagine it's hard to light Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless at the same time. Yeah. Like opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, somehow look at young Skip Bayless. Somehow Skip has gotten paler.
Whoa,
he's somehow gotten more pale. He's become more.
Well, he's not in the Texas Sun. Batman, overrated or underrated? First and 10.
Well, this is a great debate that they have here, because then they start talking about how they didn't think Maggie Gyllenhaal was a strong enough lead actress.
Ooh,
okay. They were like, at one point, Stephen A. Smith was like, I don't understand why they're running around blowing up Gotham for Maggie Gyllenhaal. He's like, you need to get somebody finer, is what he said.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Do you agree with Stephen A? Was Maggie Gyllenhaal not hot enough to be blowing up Gotham City?
As an actress, from Batman Begins to The Dark Knight, that is an upgrade.
Okay, sure.
As a...
Oh, I get what you're saying.
As an aesthetically
Say it.
Pleasing woman.
Say it.
That is a downgrade from Batman Begins to The Dark Knight. But the role required better acting chops than Katie Holmes had. Christopher Nolan made the right decision.
I agree. I thought Maggie Gyllenhaal was great in The Dark Knight. And I also didn't think that clearly Bruce wasn't attracted to Rachel because she was hot. He was attracted to Rachel because of like how she knew his family and how deeply he knew her personally and everything like that. I mean, Batman and Bruce Wayne in general, Bruce Wayne is not a shallow character.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, there is the running joke that Batman is way more likely to reveal his secret identity to women than he is to men.
Yes,
and not the running joke. That is a fact. He does it way more to the female population than the male population.
Sure. You would too. We all would.
I don't know. Do you think "I'm Batman" is a great pickup line? I've never used that before. Should I try that out at a bar the next time I go?
Yes, I think you should. Actually,
should I just go up to a very nice woman and be like, "Hi, I'm Batman. Nice to meet you."
No, I don't think it should be the first thing you say. No.
Or should I like try and hint at it throughout the conversation? Like, what do you do for a hobby, Justice?
I'm a billionaire playboy.
No. Be like, I like to spend my time outside. I like to go for long walks sometimes, actually, at 1 o'clock in the morning. A chance Nicole Kidman would get me to fold. That's not what this is about.
I watched Batman Forever yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
I got to rewatch some of the cartoons. I want to go back and...
Animated series?
Yeah.
Oh.
I be real with you?
Please.
Have not watched a lot of the animated Batman series. That might be a project I pick up in the summer.
It's genuinely terrific.
Who is the guy who voiced him? Kevin
Conroy, R.I.P.
So good, man. And he did. Now, I have watched like the cinematic video game movie, right? Like if you get all of the Arkham Asylum, Arkham
Those always
Knight,
look good. I've never participated.
If you just piece together all of the cutscenes and all of the things, like it makes a legitimate movie.
Okay. I assume that's on YouTube.
And it's on,
somewhere.
it's on YouTube. It's so good. It is such a good story. Such a good story. It's where basically at the very end, Batman becomes the ultimate Batman that uses the Scarecrow serum in order to strike fear into Gotham thieves and villains and whatnot. It's great stuff. So there you go. Hey, a Batman segment here on Middays.
Yeah. Let's go.
We are in our bag right now. Pessimism about Nebraska football, followed up by putting it all together. On a random Friday in early May, we are going to put both the optimism and pessimism together to give you what is probably my fully baked thought on what the entirety of Nebraska football looks like before we kind of head into this offseason. And then when we get into fall ball, that's when we'll start maybe adjusting some of those opinions based on the reports that are coming out. We're also going to get mad over the NCAA bracket today. The bracket has come out. The newly curated bracket that has the 8 extra teams that will be added to the field. The NCAA has gone ahead and released what the bracket will look like. It pisses me off, Josh Hodson. It makes me mad.
Look how they massacred my boy.
I get that reference now.
Yeah, you do.
Here's why this actually makes me mad, because it's not that bad. And I actually think the fact that it's not that bad makes me more frustrated. Like, part of me wanted to be a massacre so I could be like, look at how stupid this is. This is so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're at the point where it's like, oh, it actually doesn't look too terrible. It's still dumb.
It's a bad facelift, though.
And of course, obviously, I don't know, man. It just makes me think that like the people who thought that this was a good idea are going to be like, look, we didn't kill the bracket. The bracket isn't a complete disaster. We were right. And there's just no argument for it. There's a great tweet that somebody put out there that I want to read about the NCAA tournament and the expansion. And then also too, we'll just keep reading the quotes from that CBS article that just have all of these notable coaches being like, why are we doing this? This isn't a problem we needed to solve. This actually wasn't a problem at all. In fact, the NCAA tournament was perfect. And now I'm not saying we're rendering the regular season useless. That's not the case at all. But I've always felt like 68 teams, like the teams that were left out were like the perfect cutoff. I always felt like the last team out, you're like, yeah, you really shouldn't be here. The last team in, you were like, yeah, okay, that kind of makes sense. And now it's just like, no, you all get it. And so now we're going to be arguing about teams that wouldn't even be in the conversation to be in the NCAA tournament as now being on the bubble. And the teams that were so basically the last 4 in are automatically in, and then the next 4, the first 4 out, and then now the next 4 out are going to be in. I remember when Nebraska basketball, and it wasn't too long ago, when they were in that next 4 out after they had lost to Iowa and didn't even qualify for the Big Ten tournament. Like, I don't think anybody was banging on the drum for that team deserving to be in the NCAA tournament. And now that is a team that would be like, oh yeah, they're in. I don't like it. I'm not happy about it. We'll talk about the bracket and more of my thoughts on it. We'll also talk about a very interesting signing that happened in the NFL. Jawan Jennings going to the Minnesota Vikings, one hell of a signing for Minnesota. $8 million is what the deal will be worth. It could get up to $13 million based on incentives if Jawan Jennings hits his marks. Who is the team to really compete against the LA Rams? At this point, the LA Rams are the consensus Super Bowl favorites heading into next season. Who are the teams that you're like, all right, these are the ones that are really going to compete against LA? I think that there are some obvious candidates. I think there's one candidate, though, that maybe isn't as obvious, and I'm really excited to see what their season looks like, at least from a objective NFL fan perspective. The team I'm actually going to mention is going to be in my division, and I'm not excited to see them have success because I hate everybody in the NFC North, unlike all the people who love every team in the Big Ten. I love the Big Ten so much. So many people say all the time, and they want them to win all. I don't get that. From a man hailing from the NFC North, I hate everybody. I cannot stand.
I like that.
I can't stand them.
You know, like when old people like me get on the internet and are like, why are everybody in the NBA friends with each other? It sickens me. It sickens me.
God, I cannot believe Skip Bayless is top 10 players of all time. LeBron is 9th. And by the way, Wilt being 10 is funny as well. Because like there's definitely some sort of dig he's taking there. Shaq being 3, that might be a pander. Like, I think he wants to get Shaq on his side. And I think Shaq looks at number 3 overall and is like, yeah, brother. Awesome.
That's a good ranking, Skip.
But even Shaq would tell you that he doesn't think he's better than Wilt or Bill Russell. Larry Bird being head of LeBron is quite something that we're trying to make up. Never mind. That's just interesting.
Making a statement?
Yeah, kind of. We're doing a car wash today. Nebraska baseball, Nebraska softball, Omaha softball, Omaha baseball, and the Omaha Supernovas going to the finals of the Major League Volleyball.
Really
Congratulations to the Novas.
Really gutted that out. Looked like might not happen for them.
This whole season has been quite the story for the Omaha Supernovas of massive expectations, not reaching those expectations, then firing their head coach, assigning an interim head coach who is very, very young, who is, I'm pretty sure there's at least one player in the Omaha Supernovas that is older than Thomas Robson. And now they're going to the finals, and they might end up winning the MLB championship.
And what high stakes on the other side of the bracket, Dallas beat San Diego, and then the San Diego team folded.
Crazy.
High stakes.
Crazy. Win or go home. We do not know. The other thing, too, a lot of people are freaking out, and we're not going to spend a whole segment on this. Torrey Pittman is now getting interest from other schools. He's a very highly rated commit for Nebraska in the class of 2027. This comes on the heels of Trey Taylor, another highly rated commit, the quarterback out of Mundelein, Illinois, who will be moving to Omaha to go and play at Millard South. A lot of people now freaking out about, oh, my God, these national programs are still recruiting Nebraska commits and all this type of stuff. It's something to monitor. Don't freak out about it. Okay? Don't freak out about it. It's something that happens across the country. Commits are not, it's not like putting a ring on it anymore. Once you're a commit, it still doesn't matter until you're like Amir Brown, who goes, I'm shutting down my commitment. completely. I'm not going anywhere. Which is kind of funny that you have to make an announcement that you're committing, and then you have to make an announcement that you're shutting down your recruitment, which is just and you have to now make 2 announcements. It's
So
like,
many announcements.
It's like the commitment is not the preliminary thing. Like first you got to get the commitment, then you got to shut down the recruitment.
Then you got to hold the commitment.
Do you think Hayes Fawcett now makes shut down commitment graphics?
Yes,
because he makes
I do.
commitment graphics. Now I feel like you got to make a shutdown commitment graphic.
Mm-hmm.
Look, these national programs across the country who have a very big bag and who've won a lot of football games are obviously going to look at recruits that they like. And if that recruit is committed to a school that, one, they can peddle, that they've had more success in from a on the field perspective, or 2, they can give them a bigger bag, they're going to go ahead and pursue these people. This is the game. This is what happens. This is what occurs, right? And so when Nebraska gets these highly rated commits, if other national programs are very interested in these commits, those programs are going to try and do their best to be like, hey, kid, are you sure you want to go to Nebraska? We win more over here. That's the game. That's what occurs. And you just have to hope that, number one, you can, still get what you need to get done in terms of financial perspective. And number 2, that your relationships that you've built with these recruits hold, right? And that is part of the advantage that Nebraska has with some of these guys. They have had a longer buildup to build these relationships and build these connections with these people, that you hope those are strong enough to veer away what other temptations that might come up. So this is just, in my opinion, par for the course. Give it a minute.
As just announced by Stuart Mandel, Nebraska, the football team, will take on the Illinois Fighting Illini Friday, November 6th at 7 p.m. on Big Fox.
We talked about this earlier in the week, did we?
We did.
We mentioned that this was kind of our candidate, if you will, for this to occur.
Yep, that's right.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Not surprising. We always play Illinois on Friday.
Yeah.
That's always a thing. It's almost like a tradition.
That's why I
picked
picked it. It seemed like Illinois likes hosting Friday night games, so that's why I picked them.
That's just what it is. It's just they played them at Friday. Didn't they? Wasn't the game that they won at Illinois? Wasn't that on a Friday a couple years ago?
It was. I watched it in a hotel.
So that was on a Friday. The game that Nebraska lost at Memorial Stadium, the ranked on ranked matchup, probably the closest that Nebraska has come recently. Well, outside of the Michigan State game, that was tough. To beating a ranked team. That game was on a Friday, and now this game will be on a Friday. It's almost like our favorite basketball rivalry, Creighton versus Alabama. This is the same thing. These two teams just always playing each other on a Friday. Creighton versus Alabama, always being entertaining and fighting for the same commits. What a tradition.
Yes.
What a tradition. So, do you care? Is that a big deal to you? I don't.
No, I mean, I like this time of year where you get sort of that slow trickle of kickoff times and networks. But I
believe we're going to get the Notre Dame kickoff times pretty soon.
They did the home games yesterday.
Okay. What, 7:30, right?
A lot of them are, yes.
So I'll be going to a Notre Dame game this year.
Which one?
I don't know. I got to.
Okay.
When I get in, it's literally, my dad called me yesterday. He goes, we're going to sit down and we're going to figure out a Notre Dame game. And I'm like, okay.
I'd like to go to one sometime.
Oh, okay. Well, you and I are going to the Northwestern opening of the stadium. You and I are going.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That is happening. We're going to take you. We're going to feed you. We're going to house you.
I like being fed. Yeah, I like being housed.
Abuela will make you a nice meal.
Whoa, okay.
Dude. She told me she's going to make me congri. I cannot wait. I also was told what the catering lineup is going to be for the event that I'm going to on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be great food.
Let's go.
I cannot wait. Alrighty. Coming up next, let's get pessimistic. Just for a second. Let's get pessimistic here on Middays with Matt.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
I'm Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. We know your time matters, so when you call us, we answer on the very first ring. That's our promise to you. We value your business and will treat you like a friend and neighbor, because more than likely, you are one. While other banks hide behind technology, we combine the best of both. Top-notch digital banking and online banking with people who care. Got a question or need help? We're just one ring away. At Equitable Bank, we take banking personally because you deserve it. Member FDIC.
When it comes to protecting your home, J. Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. Have you noticed stains on your ceiling this winter? With storm season around the corner and the damage it can bring, let J. Stennett Contracting ensure that your roof is durable and holds up against the weather this spring and summer. When you need an honest assessment, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and UFC fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Need your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Get into Prairie Flower Casino and get more. More of the newest and hottest slot machines, more wins at the PFC Sportsbook, and more action at our live table games. And enjoy your favorite beverages and food at Sky Bar and Grill with more nonstop sports on our wall-to-wall TVs and more of the friendly service you know and love. Play longer, win more at Prairie Flower Casino, minutes north of downtown Omaha. Must be 21. Please bet responsibly.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
I'm Omaha Athletic Director Adrian Dow, and I want to introduce you to 3 Omaha schools that are playing a vital role in keeping our community strong. We serve nearly 600 pre-K through 8th grade students, most of whom come from disadvantaged neighborhoods. These students receive a values-based education with the family support they need. I'm a proud member of the Q's Fund Board, which supports the Q's school system. To learn more, go to Q Schools, that's CUES schools.org.
Tell us how you feel on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Reach Connor, Mike, Matt, Josh, and John anytime on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Liquid Trucking is looking for CDLA drivers. Apply today at liquidtrucking.com.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says,
avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
oh, it's on.
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Happer and Schaefer on 1620 The Zone.
What's the proper business model for airlines these days?
I why you couldn't sell flights in bulk.
Costco Airlines.
Yeah, like someone pays every year, they pay to be a member of this airline, and you get like 5 flights out of it, and the flights have to range within a certain cost level, and then you can apply them whenever you need to.
Buy 6 for a year.
Yeah, something.
And then you pay what, $1,000?
Yeah, I don't know. You have to figure out what the price point for it.
That's an interesting idea. You should start Mike Schaefer Airline. Schaefer
I
Airlines.
think I need to have a lot more capital to start my own.
You probably need a couple planes.
Now, if they need someone to throw ideas at them, I am for hire.
Well, you could just offer your services to Spirit.
A part-time job. I just need a consulting business where I know nothing about your business, but I'm willing to offer ideas.
You are the idea man.
I love to offer ideas.
Happer and Schaefer, weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone. Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Oh, is this Stephen A. Smith, Steve Bayless thing? Like, is this going to happen every Friday now, or is this like a one?
I believe it was announced as a one-off. I bet you they do it 3 or 4 times during the summer.
They're just trying to pop a rating because everybody
I believe so.
I think everybody else went up 20% in terms of ratings at First Take. Didn't nearly increase as much as they were hoping. So maybe they're just trying to pop one.
It is May. It is sweeps.
This is like when Harley Race showed up to Midwest Texas wrestling that one time.
That's right.
Yeah, you just gotta book a superstar. Mm-hmm. We gotta book him.
Gotta spend money to make money.
How much do you think he's getting paid for this one appearance? I would love to know.
Right?
I would love to know. By the way, seeing the side by side of old Skip or Skip now versus Skip then. Mm-hmm. Obviously, he looks older. Come on, guys. But at the same time, I thought it would be worse. I'm not saying that Skip looks awesome, but they're showing clips from 18 years ago, and there wasn't as big of a difference as maybe I anticipated them to being. And now we have the Pat McAfee show on. So there you go.
Whoa, we turned over to the top of the hour, huh?
We did turn over to the top of the hour.
Okay.
We could probably just go ahead. Is there a baseball game on? Do we have day baseball today?
Friday, usually not the best day for day baseball, but you never know. Let's take a peek. Probably not, but no. Astros Reds 5-10.
Yeah. The Reds. What a bunch of losers. Imagine getting swept. Imagine getting swept at Wrigley. What a bunch of... Now, look, I'm going to be real. The Cubs it's going to turn back at some point for the Cubs. They are
enjoying that.
They are hurt. That Matt Boyd just hurt his meniscus just playing around with his kids in a freak accident. It's we can't catch a break. Justin Steele ain't coming back anytime soon. Cade Horton is done for the season. But
you mopped the Reds, and you need to.
We did mop the Reds. We walked them off 3 times. The lineup, is very deep, and actually, there's still a lot to be desired in terms of the Cubs' offensive input, in my opinion. I still think that they could get a better performance in. I mean, like Bregman's bat hasn't really gotten going yet. Bush's bat hasn't really gotten going yet. PCA's bat now finally is starting to heat up a little bit. But they got this cat out of the bullpen called Ryan. His name's Ryan Rollison. Never even heard of this guy. He looks like the nastiest reliever on the planet. He's got just a wicked fastball with a slider that just falls off the top of the table. And he's been helping them out immensely. The bullpen, if they can keep it together, that's kind of the key. But this is a team that if Shota keeps throwing the way that he throws and the bullpen can keep it, maybe it'll happen. It's tough to bank on that at this point. Cubs are going to I love the fact that I'm going to have expectations for the Cubs at the deadline. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's a very good sign of like how you should be happy as a fan. If my team is heading into the deadline and I'm like, all right, we are buyers, that's exactly where I want to be. So we will see what happens. Atlanta, LA, and Chicago, top 3 teams in the NL right now.
And the Braves play the Dodgers this week, and the Cubs next week in the midweek. So.
Yeah, Cubs up in they're in Texas, I believe, this weekend.
You nailed it.
Should be fun. We'll have balls today at 1:20 after we interview Austin Jacobsen at 1:00, and we'll be interviewing Brian Christopherson around 11:20 today. Don't forget, if you want to talk to us, if you want me to interview you, you can call in to 402-951-1620. That's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. And you can tweet at us at the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, at Matt McMedia, at Producer Josh. And don't forget about the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Equitable Bank, they'll take banking personally. I bet Old Man Doug was very happy to see Skip Bayless had Larry Bird in front of LeBron James. Anytime I hear from Old Man Doug at this point, it's about him telling me how much he loves Larry Bird and how great Larry Bird was. So I'm sure he was ecstatic to see that Skip Bayless had LeBron James 9th. By the way, all-time trolling. Like you can't teach the troll job that Skip Bayless has done for decades at this point. It's so
guy has a lane and he sticks to it.
It's so pathetic. It's admirable at this point that he has just dedicated his entire career to just unfairly bashing and critiquing one of the greatest basketball players, if not the greatest basketball player of all time, whose team suffered a loss yesterday, which they can complain about the foul calls and the refereeing and everything like that, which the Lakers probably do have a leg to stand on in terms of how that game was officiated yesterday. Here is the point. The Oklahoma City Thunder are just better than the LA Lakers. I think that's just kind of the officiating yesterday was tough. It was tough, and the Lakers did not get helped in any way, shape, or form. But even if that game was called down the middle, OKC was going to win that game.
We're halfway through.
They were just a better team.
Halfway through our month-long death march to the true NBA championship, which is Thunder Spurs in the Western Conference Finals.
I will get kind of fired up though for Knicks Pistons. Like I think in the grand scheme of things, you're just saying, all right, you two are clearly playing to just lose.
They will
to lose in the finals, but at the same time, I think that will be a very interesting and entertaining series.
The broadcasts for Pistons Knicks will do some cool throwback.
Oh God, yes. Am I going to get a lot of Joe Dumars B-roll during the 2026 NBA Conference Finals? Hell yeah, brother. That's awesome. That's a great time. So, all right, we'll move off of the NBA playoffs. Not too much to touch on there, even though the Thunder did shoot 56% from the field yesterday, and they have so many good players on that team. Pessimism. So yesterday was supposed to be Pessimism Day. We got off the rails a little bit, so we're going to do it today, and then at 12 o'clock, we're going to put it all together. We're going to talk about reality. But first, before we talk about reality, we have to talk about the reasons to be pessimistic for Nebraska football. We talked about the reasons to be optimistic a couple of days ago. I cited the linebacker room, I think, is going to be the best that they've had since Matt Rule's been here. I think the wide receiver room is the best since Matt Rule has been the head coach at Nebraska. I think that there is definitely a interesting lightning rod electricity element that comes to Anthony Calandria that honestly you'll see it's both optimistic and pessimistic because he is, I don't want to say polarizing, but it's just two completely different ends of the spectrum, in my opinion, in terms of what he can be. Talked about the experience you have And the offensive line, when it comes to optimism, Brendan Black, Justin Evans, I think Elijah Pritchett was definitely one of the better stories in terms of development that happened last year for Nebraska. There were plenty of points to be optimistic about. Let's talk about the reasons to be pessimistic. Okay. Number one, the D-line. It was a source of a lot of problems last season. And I think my biggest issue with the D-line wasn't, obviously your issue with the D-line is what they were lacking in terms of the run game, right? And just how at the end of the season, you lost 3 games, 3 very similar ways from Iowa, Penn State, and Utah, which is we're just gonna pound this ball. And also, too, it's going to be really hard for you to get a pass rush against us, especially in that Utah game. That was a problem, but I think the even bigger problem for me was that the D-line just did not improve enough from week 1 to week 12. I was just really disappointed that I felt like the D-line looked very similar in week 1 against Cincinnati like they did against Utah. And that was pretty disappointing, especially when we talk about this program from a developmental standpoint. And it's one thing to maybe not take the jumps you were hoping in the offseason. Maybe you had an injury, or maybe you had to get in shape, or maybe you didn't get your legs under you. Like there's a whole plethora of reasons as to maybe why guys don't take those jumps through the offseason. But when you're playing a full slate through the regular season, you're getting that very valuable in-game experience like Riley Van Poppel needed, like Cam Lenhart needed, like Williams Nwaneri needed. When you talk about, all right, these guys didn't have a ton of reps because they used Nash and Ty so much from the year before. Let's go ahead. Let's see how they improve as they get those reps under them. And then you don't see them take that jump from week to week. It was a little disappointing. And I do think that there is a part of me that thinks, okay, like, maybe this is the year because of all of the experience they had from the year prior and the fact that, they got a new coach in the building with Corey Brown being the D-line coach. Like maybe that'll help them, maybe having new eyes on them, a new guide on them, whatever it might be could help them take that jump. But the fact is that it's a D-line room, or it's just a D-line unit overall. And I guess now too, you include the edges in this as well, right? You include the interior defensive line and you include the edges, where you just did not get a nearly enough production out of that group last season. And now you're bringing back basically the same group. You added Jashir Winnington, you added Stoudemire, you added Jones, all from the portal. Those guys are going to be pieces that you're going to use. But I think a lot of people in the transfer portal were hoping that Nebraska could get kind of that splash impact defensive line or edge type guy, and they just didn't. And so I still think that there is a pretty big question mark on this defensive line. You hope that they can get better with new coaching, and you hope that maybe it's a delayed reaction of development because of all the experience they had in the past. At the same time, though, you had a really big problem last year, and it wasn't just like we really hone in on the run game, right? Like we really hone in on just at times just how disconnected the run defense was. But I think a big thing that went under the radar, in my opinion, from last offseason heading into last season was the fact that they lost a lot of sacks. Like they lost a lot of sacks from 2024 into 2025. And you were kind of looking around and you were like, all right, where are they really replacing it? And they didn't really replace the sacks they lost from James Williams. They didn't replace the sacks they lost from Jamari Butler. They didn't replace the sacks that they lost from Princewell Umumanmielen. Like they did not do that. And you head into last season, and once again, it was the same. They just could not get to the quarterback nearly as much as you wanted them to do. And it was just one of those things where they went to the portal and they did not really fix that in the way that you wanted. And so that's you're just kind of now at this point, you're just hoping things get better. And you would definitely much rather walk into the 2025 season thinking, all right, hey, no, this is going to be better, not this is hoping to be better. Okay. Another point of pessimism. This is kind of low-hanging fruit, so we'll move by it really, really quickly. But yeah, the running back room having a massive lack of experience is a problem. is a point for pessimism. You like what you hear. I like the versatility between, all right, you have a receiving back in Isaiah Mosey, and it seems like they really, really like Jamal Rule, but it's just one of those things where even in the limited snaps that Mosey and Mekhi Nelson had in the regular season, it's not like I was ever really clamoring for them to get more touches. Honestly, more oftentimes than not, in the regular season, so I'm not really including the Utah game, when Mosey and Nelson got touches in the regular season, I immediately go, all right, get Emmett back in the game, right? Like get Emmett back going in. And obviously, Matt Rule and Dana Holgorsen and all them felt the same way. And it's obvious. Look, Emmett Johnson was an All-American running back. And so you're going to use that guy and you're going to run him till the legs fall off. And I don't think anybody blamed them for using Emmett as much as they used him. But I just never really saw Mosey and Nelson run and go, oh my God, we need more of that. You need to use more of that guy. Now, no, whole year of offseason, whole spring ball, whole fall ball, competition, right? I think EJ Barthel has won a lot of grace, in my opinion, in terms of how he's done from a developmental standpoint with Emmett Johnson. And also, too, I think it always needs to be said how Emmett's development wasn't just from an off season into a regular season. You saw him get better and improve as the season went on. And I think that was a super encouraging sight to see from a coaching perspective. So at the same time, though, when you have guys who had incredibly limited carries in the seasons before, and they're not necessarily, look, I think Jamal Rule's a really good prospect, and Isaiah Mosey was a very highly touted wide receiver prospect. He's making the transition to the running back room, and Mekhi Nelson, a burning guy in terms of his speed. There's things to like, but at the same time, it's just, you don't really know what you're going to get out of the running back room. And that's kind of the main points of pessimism here is that, yeah, there are reasons to be like, all right, these guys are pretty talented. They could get better, but I don't know what the production is going to look like out of the D-line room. I don't know for sure what the production is going to look like out of the running back room. I don't know for sure what the production is going to look like from Anthony Calandria. And in his one season of playing power for football as a quarterback, he turned the ball over a ton. And there's another kind of point to be made where it's like, we've already seen Nebraska do this thing before where they get a dual threat running back who had some turnover issues, and they go into an offseason thinking, okay, hey, we're going to fix them. Hey, we're going to make them better. And we saw that fail already. And so there's a point for me that gets very nervous that I look at Anthony Calandria and I'm reminded immediately of, some of the things that happened with Jeff Sims. Granted, to Calandria's point, which is what we'll talk about when we get to the reality section of this conversation, Jeff Sims didn't have that one season at UNLV. Jeff Sims didn't have that one season where he was the Mountain West Player of the Year. Jeff Sims didn't have that one season where he lit the world on fire and gained a ton of confidence through his play and was able to bounce back from the shortcomings that happened while he was at his first stop. But I think that with Nebraska, the margin for error in a lot of these games are going to be very small. Okay, when they play Washington, when they play Illinois, when they play Iowa, if they're going to win those games, they're not going to blow those teams out. Okay, they're not going to win those games 45-17. That's just not how it's going to happen. Those are going to be very close games. And when you have a team that is going to be in close games and the margins are going to be tight, I worry when you have a quarterback that can turn the ball over, because those turnovers are going to end up costing you the game. And so that is a worrying part. And for all the slack we give Dylan Raiola, Dylan didn't really turn the ball over. Like Dylan held on to the ball, and there's something to be said about that. And I think that's part of the reason why they were pretty good in close games, was because they just didn't really have those back-breaking fumbles or back-breaking interceptions like they had in the past that caused them to lose those games.
We talk about it a lot with coaching, where you always hire the opposite of the previous thing you had. That's kind of what they're doing at the quarterback position this year. Dylan seemed to he would not take a risk, and Calandria is big risk, big reward. There's going to be a lot of cheering that comes along with that, And there's going to be a lot of consternation that comes with
Well,
that.
I mean, look, the kid threw for 3,400 yards and his average yard per attempt were 8.3. Okay. Like the guy slings it. At the same time, when he played at Virginia, in 11 games, he threw 11 interceptions. You know, like it's there. He is a lightning rod. And I don't know. And when we get to the reality part of this conversation, we'll talk about it. I don't really know what to expect from him. I don't know what to expect. I'll just say it now. I could see Anthony Calandria coming in and being a superstar and being electric and just, running all over the field and making plays on the fly and slinging the ball and throwing for a couple thousand yards and being a big star in college football. I could see that happening. I could also see him getting benched in the middle of the game. I could see him throwing a couple of interceptions and making some really dumb decisions and trying to force some things and then being like, enough. We cannot win games if we're turning the ball over 2 to 3 times. We can't do it. Right? That's how I view him. And that can be an equally exciting as much of scary thing as maybe you can describe that as. Last point of pessimism. Pessimistic about the D-line. Pessimistic about the experience from the running back group. Pessimistic about the fact that these margins are going to be pretty tight against the teams that you expect to be competitive against. And you have a quarterback who inherently takes a lot of risk and turns the ball over. The last one is pretty obvious here. It's the special teams. I don't know if we ever really forgot about it, but it definitely hasn't been as much of a talking point since everything went down, especially since there was some clarification as to what actually went down. But you went from special teams being a legitimate weapon last season and winning you football games. Special teams won them football games last year. They do not beat Northwestern without that kickoff return touchdown. They do not beat Maryland without that massive return early on in the game. It won you games last year. Your coordinator is no longer here, and you're going with co-special teams coordinators. And I think another thing too that went under the radar was I thought an injury that was more detrimental to the team than people really realized was Kenneth Williams going down with injury and not being able to return kicks later in the season. Because the kickoff return efficiency definitely took a dip when he got hurt. And now Kenneth Williams is no longer on the team. So you're going to have to find another kickoff returner too. So not only are you trying to replace a coordinator, but you're trying to replace a very effective kickoff returner when healthy. I still think Jacory's going to be awesome in the punt return game. But you took an aspect like Mike Eckler and what that special teams did was worth some wins above replacement. And it's one thing him leaving and him going to USC. I think we've discussed plenty about it. But it's just another thing where they just kind of opted to go with guys who haven't had experience, being Big Ten special teams coordinators. And yeah, they're keeping the same system and they have some of the same principles. But all the while, when you have that massive of a change from something that was so positive to now that no longer really is intact as it once was, it's points for concern and points for, are you going to be able to sustain, the positive momentum you created from that? And so we will see. I think a lot of these are just really rooted in the fact that you don't know for sure who that massive catalyst, high-level producing player is going to be at some of these positions. I can't really point at anybody on the D-line and tell you for sure, hey, they're going to be an all Big Ten caliber type player and they're really going to be a massive impact guy for this team. I can't point at one of those guys for sure and say that. I can't point at one of the running backs and say, hey, this guy is going to run for 1,000 yards this year. This guy he's going to be a big part of this offense and you're really going to trust him. I can't really point at the special teams and for sure tell you, hey, you're going to get the same level of production that literally swung wins and losses for them last season. I can't point at Anthony Calandria and for sure tell you, hey, the success that he had at UNLV is going to for sure translate at this higher level of Big Ten football. I can't tell you that. And when you go down and you add more and more of that skepticism and more of that pessimism, and continue to add more and more position groups to that, it becomes scary. It just becomes scary. And so it's one of those things where I do think they have talent and they do have some positive potential in these areas in the D-line, of the running back room, of the quarterback room. But they also have the opposite as well. And if anything, we've been told, especially on the D-line, the opposite might even be more likely. And that's a pretty tough place to be, especially when you're in the Big Ten. We'll continue this conversation with Brian Christopherson of Huskers 24/7, who joins us next here on Middays with Matt.
You could win $5,000 to improve your game. Maybe you need new gloves or a membership, or you got to pay to fix that window you busted. Get some green for the green. Enter now at 1620thezone.com with Benjamin Franklin Plumbing and 1620 The Zone. Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
Our warming trend continues Friday. Small chance of a stray sprinkle early and late in the day, though most stay dry. Otherwise, expect partly to mostly cloudy skies. Breezy at times with northwest winds gusting up to 20 miles per hour. Highs in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
BOGO is back at iMart Express.
Come on. Okay.
Right now, for a limited time only, new customers can buy their first pair of glasses and get a second pair free. Plus, with eye exams available and same-day glasses, you'll never miss a moment. It's the kind of savings and service you can really get used to.
Okay.
Find a location near you at imartexpress.com to shop our BOGO event today and see everything we have in store for you. iMart Express. Get glasses. Go see.
Have you been injured in an accident? You shouldn't have to fight with insurance companies or deal with medical bills alone. You need an experienced injury lawyer who'll protect your rights while you focus on healing. At Chandler Conway, our team understands the legal process and will handle your case with dedication. Our goal is simple: to secure the compensation you deserve. Call us today or visit chandlerconway.com for a free consultation. Don't face this challenge alone. Let us support you every step of the way.
Find your next vehicle at Woodhouse Buick GMC. Right now, you can save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, or save up to $2,000 off MSRP plus 1.9% APR for 36 months on the 2026 GMC Acadia. Woodhouse Buick GMC. We are professional grade. With proof credit, must own and trade in a 2012 or newer vehicle. $299 dog fee. Dual signing. Offer applies to select stock numbers. Stock number V260294. Stock number V260679. Offer expires June 30th, 2026. See dealer for details.
One fish, two fish, set the hook. Hey, sport fans, planning your next best summer fishing trip just got super easy with Ballard's Resort on Lake of Blue Woods. They call it the Summer Fishing Special, and all you have to do is show up. Seriously, deluxe accommodations, all of your meals and beverages, and your own personal fishing guide to chase down those trophy fish. One fish, two fish, catch 1,000 fish at ballardsresort.com. Click the Summer Fishing Special and set the hook.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here to talk about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked or uneven concrete, Everlevel can do it all with their complete repair solutions. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, and protect the surface, all at a fraction of the price compared to replacement. And better yet, they offer long-term transferable warranties. I'm so glad I chose Everlevel for my driveway. Give them a call for your free inspection. That's Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel. Try saying that 3 times fast.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Week keeps getting more interesting and interesting. We bring on an incredibly interesting guest from Huskers 24/7. It's Mr. Brian Christopherson, BC. How are you, my man?
I'm good, Matt. How are you?
I'm good. Been a longer week, I feel like. I don't know. I just feel like there's sometimes are weeks that are like they fly by, and then there's some weeks that are a little bit slower. I think it has to do with the weather, and I've just been stuffed up with allergies. But overall, pretty good. How are you? Are you going to be enjoying the weather at all this weekend, or doing anything special?
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna swing the golf clubs for the first time all year.
Nice.
This afternoon. So
Nice. Oh, where you going? Where are you playing at?
Playing in Omaha. Playing at Benson Golf Course.
Nice.
Where I actually kind of grew up on that course. In fact, fun story, not really that exciting, but Tommy Frazier's first start ever for Nebraska was on the road against Missouri, and he leaped into the end zone for a clinching touchdown to win 34-24. And I was on the 12th tee box with my dad, and we had the radio going, and we stopped on the it was 4th and goal on the 5. We stopped to like listen to the play before we teed off. I still remember that like it happened yesterday. So that's my Benson Golf Course connection with Husker football.
God, that is something that I've never experienced, and I never will experience, like being able to put the radio on and go and play golf, in part because it's just like, nowadays it's like, well, you have the TV, and the TVs are so nice and the picture is so clear. It's like, all right, you're going to go ahead, probably stop down and like watch the game, as opposed to maybe back then where it's like you might not have had all those options all the time. So it's like, it was kind of normal to put the radio on and go and golf. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a beautiful time. The sad part is my golf game was probably better at age 11 than it is now. So that's the part of the story I don't really love.
There's nothing better than hitting the links for the first time. I haven't been to Benson, to be honest. I've been told so many times to go to Benson, go and play at Benson. That's definitely a golf course that I have to check off my list. I have also been slowly getting back on the course, and the weather's been great. I mean, the weather has really been all for it so far this year. So we will see. Real quick before we get into Husker football and Husker basketball and all that type of stuff, we love talking to you. What do you think about the Vikings this year? I'm curious on as a Vikings fan, your opinion on your team, because it's very interesting. You guys had a really, really good defense, in my opinion, an underrated defense last year. And now you add Jawan Jennings. I think it was a really good addition. You guys needed a third wide receiver after losing Jalen Naylor. You've done some really good things just across the defense in terms of additions, the offensive line as well. But at the same time, while you made some really good strides, you traded Jonathan Grenard, right? That was kind of a move where you get rid of one of your better defensive players. What do you think of your outlook for the Vikings team this season?
Give me 10-7, and we get into the playoffs at the bottom end there. Don't win the division, but 10-7. And that might seem optimistic to you, but I tend to lean optimistic on the years when everyone is kind of tilting the other way, because that's sort of the Vikings. There does seem to be like a rhythm to the Vikings that goes that way, where they sometimes surprise when you're not feeling that great about things. And I don't think the fan base is as enthusiastic right now. But so 10-7, I think KLC is a great coach. I do.
Me too.
It's a division with great coaches, and so that's what's going to make it. I mean, we're talking about, as you know, Matt, games that like the whole NFL is like this, but that division in particular, these things are going to be decided by, like the Vikings-Bears game in Minnesota last year. Bears kick the Vikings' tail for most of it, and the Vikings look like they're going to win, and then there's a big kick return. Bears win it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be that type of stuff that settles like the pecking order, but just by a hair, one way or another.
Well, yeah, you're so right. I mean, those games are going to be incredibly close. Are you fired up for Kyler Murray to be your quarterback? Is there a bit of optimism just because of the success you had from, another reclamation project that was a very high overall pick that did not work out in his first team? Or are you kind of, I don't know, how are you looking at Murray?
Yeah, that's why I'll give him 10-7. I think KOC does pretty well with quarterbacks. Like he made Josh Dobbs even look pretty good for about 3 to 4 weeks. Everybody almost went out and got a Josh Dobbs jersey. Unfortunately, I did not. I did not do that, so I'm all right. But I think you'll see a little bit of a resurgence from Kyler this year. That's sort of my at least my hope here in May.
I'm going to be real with you. I'm very optimistic about your team. I think the Vikings are going to be a lot better than people give them credit for. I really like what you did. Your 2 tackles are already good already. I like what you did on the interior offensive line. And I think Kyler Murray definitely has his flaws, but at the same time, the 2 years where he was really good is when he was with an offensive coach and Cliff Kingsbury. Now put him back to being with an offensive coach and Kevin O'Connell. I think it's going to be great. Let's talk about Nebraska football. I've been doing this thing. So a couple days ago, I did optimism, reasons to be optimistic for Nebraska football. Right before you came on the show, I did reasons to be pessimistic for Nebraska football. And then later in the show, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of combine the two together and give a little bit of what I think is reality. Can you give me one point of maybe you're over optimistic about when it comes to this football team, and one point that you might be a little bit more pessimistic about when it comes to this football team?
Yeah, optimism. Let's go with AC, Anthony Calandria, not Al Cowlings, connected to OJ. But that was what AC stood for back 2 decades ago. But I think Anthony Calandria is like, I'm excited to see what happens. I can't say for sure if it's going to be great in between or there's going to be rough spots with too many picks, but I think his ability to extend plays obviously has been talked about a lot, but I think it's sort of good for the whole psychology of the offense. You've got receivers, skill position guys that are really bought into the idea of, each play, having a second act to it, maybe in some ways. They're not just 4 to 6 seconds. Some of them might be 8 to 10 second plays. And I know they've worked hard on the off-script stuff and even studied what Vanderbilt did with Pavia last year. And I just think he's going to open up a few more things with his feet, even in the red zone where they struggled last year. If you're on the 3-yard line, the fact that he could be an option to run the ball there with some play off of that, I think is going to help them. So I think a lot centers on him, and I'm kind of eager to see what that looks like. The pessimistic side, probably I still wonder about the D-line. I like, I like the fact that you've got a new brain trust working on it with Rob Orich and Corey Brown and Roy Manning. So you got to give those guys an opportunity to show how they can mold them in a different scheme, and maybe they're going to get some guys in better position than they were to succeed a year ago at this time. I think in the defense, that the 4-2-5, it could help a few guys, but there's just not enough data there to be I feel really confident about that group, heading into a Big Ten schedule where, as you know, Matt, you got to have, you got to have the grown men, you got to have the guys who sort of have they look like they might have a mortgage they're already working on and stuff like that. And so they might answer the bell. I'm not saying they can't, but I sort of have the same, curiosity or caution about them that I did even a year ago.
I think there's an opportunity for maybe history to repeat itself in the regard that I remember back before we got into the 2023 season, we looked at the D line as a potential weakness. And we were like, well, Nash and Ty are very, they've shown some flashes, but they don't have a ton of production. And we don't know how necessarily that is going to turn out. That's kind of how I remember going into the 2023 season talking about with Nash and Ty. And then they ended up, exploding onto the scene and playing really well. And all of a sudden the D-line become a strength. Do you think there's something to be said, or maybe something similar could happen in terms of how we talk about Riley Van Poppel and Len Hart and the other guys who we saw play last year, but didn't necessarily produce at a high level?
Yeah, that's always possible. And so I know what I just said is what a lot of people have said about being skeptical, and those guys use it as fuel. And there is an opportunity for them to do what that group did a couple years ago. Now, Ty Robinson's a great example to always use, because it did not just happen for Ty, not overnight, but over like 3 to 4 years.
Yeah.
Like he did some stuff. Don't get me wrong. Like he was out there and played snaps and stuff, but he was not like the game-changing Ty the way we think about him until really like that 5th to 6th year, of his college career. He had an extra year even. And so it does take time at that spot, and guys who could help. Riley Van Poppel's got to be big. Like that's known by Riley. That's known by the staff. I think Dave Tollefson, who works with them now, like mentioned in an interview, like they've had that heart to heart. Like you got to be that dude for us.
Yeah.
So there's no question about that. But Jasir Whittington, I think, was a nice ad that knows this type of scheme well, and can maybe help with some defensive penetration, hopefully getting you some more TFLs than you did a year ago. And then the guy that people kind of talk over, but I think he's going to be a lead figure, is Anthony Jones. And I know some people are sort of like, oh, he was the five schools in 5 years guy, right? So there's sort of that knock on a player that comes with that. But from all accounts I've heard, he's fit in great and has been a wonderful teammate, and I think can be a good example for like Williams Winery and Cade Petchock. Cade Petchock's a guy who you hope makes a big sophomore jump too.
Yeah, you forget about Cade, and you're right. I mean, there were moments that talk about having flashes. Cade Petchock definitely flashed during throughout the season. It's just the D line is just it's difficult for me, because it's like you cannot deny the fact that they did not produce well enough last year. At the same time, there was a lot to be said about the experience that they gained, and potentially too, Cam Linhart now going from D-line to edge in the 4-2-5, and maybe kind of the realignment on the defensive line will end up doing some pretty good things for them. What do let's talk about this wide receiver room. Obviously we're going to hone in on Hunter and Gilmer, and those are kind of the big guys, and Ja'Cory Barney too needs to be in that discussion. Those are kind of your top three. But is there anyone below that top three, a 4th, 5th, 6th wide receiver that you look at that you say, man, I think this guy can really pop this year, and it might be a name that maybe we're not hammering home as much now, but we will be come game time?
Well, Quinn Clark is probably the first obvious name after the top three, and he had a couple plays, even though it was a awful bowl game for Nebraska. Late in that game, he made a contested catch, and then he had a 2-point conversion where it was a similar deal, like on a 50-50 ball that he made his. And, the best play Nebraska had in the game at Minnesota, which was also a terrible night, was Quinn Clark gliding across the middle for about 40 yards. And so he's got, for such a big guy, a fluid nature to his game that I think he can excel. And we saw in the spring game, he made that one-handed catch on sort of a back shoulder play. So I think he's a guy who, he's going to block like heck for you on the outside, and I could see his snap count rise. And then the other one is Cortez Mills. And, Mills, I think, was one of the better route runners that's entered the program, like coming out of high school. Like he really was on the 7-on-7 scene and worked on his craft a lot. I think those guys are going to get something out of Quasi Gilmer too, because Quasi is very much, I think, a receiver's receiver in the sense, like all the detail stuff of route running and how you get open and, thinking through the position is sort of in a deep way. I think that can be useful to some of those guys. So it'd be great if Cortez could pop this year. And then there's like that third class of young guys where it's like a big Jeremiah Jones, I think Larry Miles is a true freshman just because he's a small guy, but he plays sort of with a fierceness from his high school film, caught a ton of balls there. And I could see him in the return game as well. So Larry Miles would be someone people should at least listen if they hear about this August.
BC, you're the man. We appreciate you as always. I'm never going to say go Vikings, but I think your team's a lot better than maybe people are giving it credit for.
Well, that's very kind. We can be a little more cruel to each other about that rivalry when we get closer to the season. But on a day like today, weather like it is, we should probably have the sort of generosity that you're sharing.
You're about to golf. Who am I to lower your vibes when you're about to hit the links for the first time this year? That would be a terrible thing for me to do. Appreciate you as always, BC. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Huskers 24/7 reporter, Mr. Brian Christopherson. I'm telling you, the Vikings are going to be good this year.
You've been on this for a while.
They're on the board.
Yeah.
I'm scared of them. I think I'm more scared of the Vikings than I am the Packers.
Hello.
Packers. They suck. They're going to take a step back. Can't stand
them. They have a quarterback, though.
Lions,
Minnesota might not.
The Lions scare me.
The Lions scare me
a lot. But I would never admit it. I would never, ever admit it. Coming up next, we're going to do a car wash. We are going to give the odd news a proper amount of time at 12 o'clock. But before we do that, before it's lunchtime, we're going to go ahead. We're going to give you a rundown of everything going around in baseball, softball, and volleyball across the metro and more here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Host Coffee stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saves us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down at home. Internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like... If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up. 2 full phone lines on America's best network. Plus America's fast 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$330 per month each line with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet line. Central choice 25. $35 connection charge required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home based on responses by Open exclusive data to $25 rate reserve. By texting 64,000, bring your secret clean arena marketing with the message from our best expensive rates. We apply no terms apply available at eIQ.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news is better option. Unwell and activated IQ bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ bar products plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixers, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
Have a ride cheaper on 1620 Brazil.
I'm not like into death or anything, but it's like, you know,
Were you stealing High Street
right?
signs?
Like I don't understand this.
No,
And I swear to God,
but
if Trey Taylor doesn't end up coming,
occasionally there would be a sign that
Jesus in
you
the
know
temple,
thought
I
was
will
right
just
for
be
the taking.
flipping shit over. I will lose my
Like a political sign? No, not like a political sign. Like maybe like some sort of yield sign or something like that.
Connor Scallions would be proud.
That's a good one for Joe. See, that's the thing. Here's the difference.
Occasionally, yeah, famously there is
You
a
can make a
couple
promo,
with
and the
you all,
producer
so I tell you
can
when,
sound
you know,
good
I own
without it
FFS
all
up to
being
date.
about the
You know, I've
producer.
already told you.
You know,
and
Joey
frankly,
sounds
taunted
great in
Pancheros in
that.
Des Moines
Joey sounds
that I
awesome.
am the
Joey's
sauce
one-liner. Hey, that's funny.
But they never do anything about it. They don't really seem to
Same
mind
thing with
all
your
that.
promos. When you do your promos, you come off as like, oh, look at this guy like
Now I need to
supporting
steal
Matt,
more sauce.
moving
Too.
Matt
I mean,
along.
we're a couple months away from the
It's like
sauce.
a loyal listener driving through Iowa.
Well,
has not
it's all
done
gravity.
I got an email last year when this information was spilled on the air that it was like, I am really mad about this. I'm calling the Pancheros, and I also think that
What do you mean?
you need to be fired or like suspended or something like that. And it got to our bosses, and they were like, "Hey, what's going on here? They're talking about your like," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's okay. I think. I mean, it's up to you. I guess you could fire me if you want." But I was like, it's all right.
I guess if you're going to go, the way that you want to go out is to be let go for stealing sauce from a restaurant.
I don't know the way I want to go.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe it'd be from an angry mob of people who are mad at me because they thought I was John Bishop.
Happer at Schaefer, weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620. The Zone.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620. The Zone.
All right, car wash time. Couple minutes here before we hit a break. Nebraska softball got a little dicey in the first inning between Michigan in the Big Ten tournament.
I mean, they snatched that lead back by the end of the first.
Right, and then they held onto it. Only 2 runs scored by the Michigan Wolverines. They take on the Indiana Hoosiers today, 4 o'clock. Wait, at 4 p.m., you don't call that tonight. What is the line of demarcation for tonight? Say like a 5:30 game tonight. They play tonight. It's probably that's a dumb debate right there.
That is a dumb debate.
When does it become when does hey they play them today and they play them tonight begins?
It's 5:30 or 6, right?
I think it's got to be 5:30. Maybe is it 5?
I was kind of thinking 5.
Okay, so 4:30 though is what?
Later this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that half hour, they play them tonight at 5 o'clock. And at 4 o'clock, they play them today at 4. That's not
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Nebraska baseball plays Iowa tonight at 6 o'clock. Number 25 ranked Nebraska baseball. Different starting rotation on the bump over these next couple of games. Carson Yassa, who played a really, really good, had a really, really good weekend last week. On Friday, he will get the Friday start. Once again, Gavin Blackowitz will pitch tomorrow at 2 o'clock against Iowa. And then Ty Horn, after Cooper Katsky has struggled on the mound just a little bit over the last couple of starts. They moved him from Friday to Sunday. Now he will go to the bullpen as Ty Horn will get the start on Sunday. Also for Omaha softball, Mike Hurd, the Summit League Coach of the Year for Mr. Mike Hurd. So congratulations to him. There was a really good video on the Omaha Athletics page where the athletic director, Adrian Dowell, was going ahead and giving out the Summit League trophy, and then it was announced that Mr. Record won the Summit League Coach of the Year. So Summit League Championship Series, Omaha lost their first game to South Dakota 1-0 on Thursday, but they ended up defeating St. Thomas yesterday 12-2. So they will take on the loser of South Dakota versus South Dakota State today at 4:00 in the Summit League softball championship series. Creighton baseball, who's having a good season overall this year, they go ahead and they're at home taking on Georgetown. First pitch tonight at 6:00, and then 11 a.m. game on Sunday. Big matchup between the two schools. Nebraska and Creighton will happen next Tuesday as the Huskers will take on the Blue Jays. That game, I imagine, will be pretty packed, and hopefully the weather overall will be pretty good for that game. So we will go ahead and we're going to hit a break here after our little baseball, softball car wash, and we'll do an odd news coming up here at 12:00 with Josh Otson, and we're going to take a phone call as well. We just got one on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. All that and more here on Middays with Matt on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
The Odd News with Odd Son. Odd News, Odd Son. See what we did there? The Odd News with Oddson.
Look at this. A proper amount of time for the odd news, as God intended it.
Yes.
I still can't believe to this day that Sindelar made me agree to completely flip the show into doing what he wanted, which he's a very, very persuasive human being. He looked me dead in the eyes over drinks and said, "You must have the odd news at 11:45."
Well, I mean, he looked that nice young lady in the eyes and said, "We're having a baby."
And they had a baby. I still haven't met her. I hear so much about her and how much people like her. I'm like, and she comes and comments on our YouTube page. I would like to meet the family to be.
Okay.
Be nice. Similar, if you're listening, there you go. We should have drinks sometime. Josh Hodson, what is the odd news?
The
Sindelar. He goes, and look at us now. It's noon.
It's noon.
Sorry, we had to give it a proper amount of time today.
I mean, kind of a weird time to do this, but it is people's lunch hour. Let's have some fun. It's Friday, right?
It is.
The Department of War. Great place to start.
That is one. Okay. A 70-year-old, a gun, and a movie theater.
No, wow. No. The administration has released everything they got on aliens.
What?
The files have been declassified on what our nation's government knows about UFOs, aliens, and all that sort of phenomena.
Great.
Turns out it's not much. It's a lot. It's a lot of
figured.
pictures. It's some hearsay, but no conclusions are drawn. But you'll see what you want to see in the photos that they released. Lots of lights.
Is it concerning?
In the sky.
Is it nice? Is it what are we doing here?
I mean, there's some photos of lights over the moon, and people wonder how'd that get there. There's flying saucers in the desert that have been explained as foreign countries' spy devices having been caught in essentially the middle of nowhere, America.
I'm now on the Department of War's Twitter page, which it's incredible. That's how we get our information now. We got to go to their Twitter page to find the link to this thing. Is there anything that you saw that you're like, whoa, or no? Is it just kind of?
No, actually, I looked at a lot of the photos. I actually read like 3 or 4 articles on this before the show started today, because there was no conclusion released. So I was waiting for someone to summarize it for me, so I didn't have to go through the minutia of all of it. And
sure,
it turns out nobody can really summarize this because it's all a slideshow of photos, and you're kind of left to your own devices with it.
Can I be real with you right
Please.
now? So I'm at it's www.war.gov/UFO. If you want to,
what a website!
If you want to go to the U.S. Department of War breakdown, you are correct. It is just kind of a slideshow of lights and pictures and clouds, and like you said, you kind of do what you want, what you will with it, right? And there's no real conclusion as to what it is. I do want to comment on the color and font of the website. It looks exactly like you would like. It looks like it's out of an espionage movie. It's all black, and it's like the font is the espionage font.
Yeah,
it's like
not quite typewriter font, but kind of typewriter font.
It's the type of font you like found in the Post when they found like the Watergate files. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, this looks like exactly out of like the type of movie where we're like, oh, I got to break through the mainframe. I got to get to the router. Like, this is a little ridiculous how they make this site. So, there's a couple where it's like, there's a document between 1947 and 1968. The records include high-profile incident accounts, photographic evidence. So they kind of break down all of these different files. I don't think there's anything really here to delve into.
No, but it does distract us from the problems of the day for just a little bit, right? And that's what we need. Just
Weren't there
nice...
other files that they really wanted to release?
There are no other files.
No, I'm pretty sure there was like other files that they were really gun-ho with releasing a couple of years ago, and then all of a sudden we just
the Kennedy files.
Nah,
that's right,
I'm pretty sure we released all of those. So I'm talking about, weren't there other files? Isn't there a whole website about those files now too? Crazy.
With the searchable database.
I'm just asking.
We moved to, where the hell is this? Kentucky. Where now everyone's okay.
Okay.
There's going to be a moment in this story where you think everyone is not okay. Everyone's okay. I checked. A man is accused of attacking 2 people with a baseball bat after they turned off their Wi-Fi.
Louisville, Kentucky?
With Pulaski County.
Okay.
I don't know where that's at. Which he had apparently been using. Jonathan Gross, 44 years young, allegedly went to their apartment, threatening to kill the pair if the internet didn't work by the time he got back to his room. What if it was just an internet outage? Like, internet goes down sometimes. One of the victims was able to get away from Gross during the assault and call authorities for help. Deputies found a person sitting outside when they arrived. The woman told them Gross was in a bedroom inside the residence. Officials tried to get Jonathan Gross to leave the bedroom several times before taking him into custody. He's charged with 2 accounts of attempted murder, disorderly conduct, public drunkenness, and he's held on a $1 million cash bond. Again,
my God.
That's for asking them to turn back on the Wi-Fi that he was stealing. It's an apartment complex, so... I'm too cheap to pay for Wi-Fi. Let's see if I can gyp some from the neighbors.
Wild. I'm glad you clarified that. I was like, is this a guy was he like the older son who's like living with his parents and he did this? No, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say to that other than
you just need to know that these people are out here. And you should password protect your Wi-Fi.
This is one of those things, though. Like sometimes in the odd news, we can sit down and we can make jokes and we can go, ha ha, funny, LOL. And then there are sometimes during the odd news where we just go, these people are crazy.
Yeah.
These people
They're out
are
in these
insane.
streets with you and me.
I'm telling you right now, Michael Severe has been a godsend to my life because he's just like, young man, people are nuts. Be aware of that. I'm like, yes, sir. Our third and final odd news story.
We end the day in Phoenix, where a federal judge has ordered a man to be held in custody on charges related to trafficking turtles. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, the court alleges that Albert Bazar, great name for this
phenomenal name,
poached and sold 1,700 loggerhead musk turtles. I don't know what that means. 100 stripe neck musk turtles and 15 striped mud turtles from their native habitats in Florida from 2022 to 2023. Florida law protects fish and marine turtle species from unregulated harvest.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
I think that there are a lot of people in our society that don't realize how protected wildlife is.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Like there are a lot of people who go to Florida or go to beaches and who do things that they would be like, wouldn't this be rad if we like connected these 2 rivers or something like that? You're like, no, it would not be rad. It's 2 different ecosystems. It's 2 different environments. There are species who live in separate rivers for reasons. Do not do that. They'd be like, oh, wouldn't it be so cool if I dropped this piece of dynamite into the water? No, it would not be. You would kill a lot of fish. Potentially those who are trying to spawn, depending on the times of the months that you're dropping a dynamite. I just don't think some people realize how protected some of these things are. Do you know what I don't mess with? The wildlife. I don't do any of that stuff.
Good take, Matt.
I don't, and I also don't do the ocean. If I were meant to be in the ocean, God would have given me gills. Okay? That is not my home. Okay? My home is on the ground. Here on my own 2 feet. Or in a pool. You know who doesn't pee in the pool? Fish.
Oh.
There's no fish in the pool.
We get a tweet from Sam. He tweets us at Middays with Matt. I knew I liked Matt McMaster.
Oh, wow. Did he say as to why, or he just...
I believe this reverts back to the alien story.
Okay.
He appreciated you asking, is there anything in there?
I feel like if there was a real big breaking alien news story, that it would have gotten out on something that wasn't the odd news.
It would have gone mainstream pretty quick if there was something substantial in there.
We would have hit this. Breaking. Yeah. We found aliens. They are real. They've been roaming with us.
And
you would have turned into a scroll right in front of me. That would have been breaking news.
In the interest of being fair and balanced, the President Barack Obama did. I don't know if admit is the right word, but he did say aliens are real.
Really?
So this isn't like I'm not trying to paint anyone with a certain type of brush here. Okay.
When did he say that though? Was this years ago?
Great question.
We had Trump. I think Trump one time was like, yes, wait, really? Seriously?
Oh, this was a couple of days ago.
Oh, what did he say?
He was on with Stephen Colbert.
Oh, that checks out.
And this might stem from a previous comment Obama made, but he pressed him on the alien thing. You said aliens were real, like come clean. And he didn't really have anything.
They're real. They're phenomenal, terrific. Some of the best aliens I've ever met before. Some of the aliens work with us here in the White House. Very, very good people. They like my decisions. There you go. There's a well, take that off. Great odd news story.
I liked it.
Josh Odson. Let's go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. He's been on hold for quite a while. I think we know what he wants to talk about. It's Old Man Doug from the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Old Man Doug, how are you?
Well, let's see. Good afternoon now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
He called in the morning.
He did call in the morning, and we answered him in the afternoon. That's how long he's been waiting. Doug, I think I know what you have for us, but what do you have for us?
Well, my two sons texted me, and I was at a banking conference, and I'm just kind of heading back from that. And there was some Larry Bird discussion or Michael discussion. So what was the take?
The take was from Skip Bayless, which I don't know if you necessarily want to be on his side all the time, but his take was that he thought Larry Bird was better than LeBron James.
LaFlop?
Yes, he was better than LaFlop is what his belief is. What do you think? Do you think Larry Bird was better than LeBron?
I don't think he was the smartest guy to ever play the game as well, and I don't think he got enough credit for that. And I know you're a Michael guy. He was a better passer than Michael. Michael was clutch. I'm not saying.
Yeah, he went 6-0 in the finals.
But there's such a recency bias out there, Matt.
What do you mean? They played in the same era. They played at the same time.
And what team won those games?
I think the team that had Kevin McHale and Larry Bird and Bill Walton and six Hall of Famers on that team.
Better.
Yeah.
He made Kevin McHale better.
Yeah, I think the team that had him and Robert Parrish ended up winning. I think that's my guess.
But he is better than LaFlop. There's no doubt about it.
All right.
Well, watch some YouTubes.
I've watched the YouTube clips, man. I've watched them. Stop it. I love you, though. I love you, and I appreciate you. I will talk to you soon. Crazy. Larry Bird, great basketball player. Great basketball player, one of the greatest of all time, without a doubt. Not better than LeBron or Michael Jordan. Just people, trust your eyes, use your eyes. End of story. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Skip Bayless had Magic Johnson as the second best player of all time. I do think there's actually a very interesting conversation as to where Magic Johnson falls within the greatest player of all time argument, just because we now view what point guards do in such a different light now than what he was doing then.
He's got a wide fluctuation, I bet, amongst a
Ooh,
lot of basketball
Who's
pundits.
got the widest fluctuation of where you put him?
I'll bet it's Tim Duncan.
I actually think the opposite. I think everybody puts Tim Duncan 4.
Oh, okay.
I think Tim Duncan actually gets placed pretty properly. I don't know. I think the widest fluctuation probably would be Magic. And then maybe I would guess, I think Kobe gets a very wide fluctuation of people and how they feel about him. Because there's a generation of Kobe Bryant fans who look at him and go, top 3. top 4, top 5, one of the greatest of all time. There are people who very much believe Kobe Bryant is top 5, top 4. And then there are some people who get very analytical with Kobe Bryant and they go, he might be 11. He might be 12. The one thing I get caught up with Kobe is, here's the one thing when I judge Kobe Bryant, is the fact that, by the way, they're playing the Dan Orlovsky fail reel right in front of Dan Orlovsky, which is great. I actually have a funny Dan Orlovsky joke coming up in a second. With Kobe, though, like, Kobe was a scorer, and there are people who scored more points and who are more efficient than Kobe at scoring, which is kind of what I always fall back to. Could as many people score in as many different ways as Kobe Bryant can? No. But then it just gets into, what do you value? The showmanship, the killer mentality, or do you just value the numbers? Do you value the data? Do you value, what his game actually did? And so, which is why I would probably, in terms of fluctuation, I'd probably be on the back part of, probably on the farther part of where you rank Kobe. So Dan Orlovsky, by the way, is on Pat McAfee's show right now. He had a very interesting quote the other day where he was like, I don't really go into announcing football games in terms of looking for something. Like, I'm not really looking for something. Like, I just go in and I kind of just let it all come to me. And he then said, I approach announcing football just kind of how I approached playing football. And my immediate thought was, yeah, because your playing career was so successful.
Oh, no, that's not the comp, Dan. You're much better at talking about football than playing football.
So much better about talking about football than playing football. I was like, don't do that. You're just setting yourself up for idiots like me to be like, well, Dan, you sucked at that, so I wouldn't approach it the same.
Yeah. He really...
He is very polarizing in terms of how people like his announcing style.
I don't like him on a game.
I like him on a game.
You do? Interesting.
I like how he really breaks things down. And some people, I think, believe that he's trying to come off as I'm the smartest guy in the room, and it's a little bit off-putting.
I would like him to be more succinct.
There you go.
When he's doing that during a game.
I appreciate, though, sometimes where I can walk away from a broadcast and I think I know a little bit more about football in the beginning than I did after. And I think that there are some announcers who don't really do that. Like,
for sure.
I think Greg Olson, everybody loves Greg Olson because he's probably the best at being like, okay, here's the coverage and this is why they ran it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why this coach is great. And then I'm also Greg effing Olson and I'm super funny and I'm very charismatic and I'm going to make you laugh on the screen. Right? Like, when you took that away from Tony, that's when you Tony started playing pretty bad.
Like once Romo started to run out of like,
they're going to run it left here, Jim.
Yeah, I know that coach, so I know what he's going to run. I know that player, so I know what he's going to run. Like, there wasn't much left with Tony Romo.
Ooh, you think there was a disconnect now from the league because the same guys aren't really around for Tony. I never thought of it that way.
I think Greg Olson just knows ball and is up to date on schemes and things like that.
Have you seen that Greg Olson and Luke Kuechly like coach like a 10U team and it's become like a YouTube series?
Oh, no, I haven't.
And it's actually super entertaining.
Okay.
And it's like, they're awesome at coaching football. They're probably going to end up being high school coaches together. Can you imagine, though, being like an 11-year-old and walking in and being like, all right, I'm going to play football today, and Luke Kuechly is your head coach?
Well, how long has Greg been out of this thing? That's not the Greg Olson I want. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once here.
Greg Olson has been...
That's not the Greg Olson I want either.
Well, Greg Olson started his career as a Bear.
Yeah.
And then, wait, how many Greg Olsons are there?
There's the baseball player that Omahans may know. There's a football coach named Greg Olson, apparently.
Okay.
And then I got to Greg Olson. 2020 was his last year with the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Greg Olson, Hall of Famer?
Be hard pressed for an 11-year-old to know a lot about Greg Olson.
Oh, great comment. Probably not.
Yeah.
His peak of his career is probably when you were 5 years old.
Yeah.
That's kind of tough. Kind of tough indeed. Alrighty. Coming up next, let's talk about the reality of Husker football. We've had optimism. We've had pessimism. Now, let's make a nice little Husker football sandwich and tell you how I am really looking at this team, and then you can make your own opinions from that. All that and more coming up next here on Middays with Matt. All righty, let's put it all together, shall we? Over the course of this week, I have detailed to you reasons I feel good about Nebraska football, reasons I feel not so good about Nebraska football. And now we are going to combine the two because, to be fair, when I did those two segments, right, we were slanting. I was being more positive than probably you would give off. I was being a little bit more negative than you would give off. And now we're just going to we're going to meld these two things together like a beautiful bridge. And we're going to see where we turn out. I think that I am not giving out a record prediction right now, by the way, in May. I'm not looking at, I have to do my reading with Brett Ciancia before I get there. But I do think that this is kind of a fun little exercise to do now, so far away from the season, to see kind of how does it develop and how do maybe our opinions change as these weeks and months go forward, right? Is there anything in terms of things that we read or things that we hear or things that occur in Lincoln that are really going to change how we fully view and encompass this team before we get to their first game against Ohio? So in putting it all together, I feel really good about the linebacking room and the wide receiver room. Like, I feel great. I think that this team with Calandria is going to have the potential to be really dynamic in the pass game. And I think the important thing is that you have a really good combination of guys who can take the top off the defense. You have a good combination of guys who can specialize in running short routes. You have some really good size in Isaiah Hunter. Like, there is a combination of things in terms of you have some speedsters, you got intermediate route guys, you got short route guys, you got guys who just want to get down the field. You have Quinn Clark, who's just a big-bodied wide receiver. You have Cortez Mills, who I think is just a really just pure route runner. Like, the wide receiver room is legitimate. And then Stephen M. Sipple, our very good friend, wrote today in his Husker Online Tunnel Talk that, I think that you have two quarterbacks, right? And we're like, oh, will it be like a quarterback competition? We all kind of were like, no, it's probably not. It's going to be Calandria who's going to be starting. There will be a linebacker competition, though. Ooh. We are going to have a legitimate competition between Dexter Foster and Vincent Shavers to see who's going to get that other linebacking spot that's going to be next to Owen Chambliss, who I think you want to talk about. Like, oh, is Nebraska going to be able to get a guy who can, like, go to the NFL draft out of the transfer portal? I mean, Owen Chambliss has the measurements and capabilities and tangibles, and also is super comfortable in Rob Orch's system that he seems like he could be a pretty good candidate for that to potentially happen. But Foster and Shavers are going to go at it for that other linebacking spot. And I think V9 is a guy that there were moments where it's like you couldn't help but notice him, and you couldn't help but notice the speed and the physicality that he brought from snap to snap. And then there were just also kind of times he would just disappear. And I think that he definitely suffered from having a defensive line that just wasn't nearly as effective in front of him. And he would get eaten up by blocks. And sometimes he would just have to fill gaps and take on blocks just to do that. So it could open up another opportunity for somebody to make the play. The problem is that there'd oftentimes be nobody there to make the play, and it would just look like he was just running into a wall. So I think Shavers has a lot of potential and a lot of good things that he can do. But, I talk to people about Foster, and they've just always been, they're kind of taken aback by his speed and by his athleticism and his ability to get to sideline to sideline. And so you add in Chambliss with two very athletic and interesting linebackers, and then you look at that wide receiver room that top to bottom has talent, but also production. I'm super excited about those rooms. I'm not excited about the running back room and the D-line room necessarily. I'm nervous about that, man. I think there are reasons to say, okay, hey, maybe in a 4-2-5 and Cam Linhart being a true edge now, like maybe that can up his game a little bit. Maybe that kind of alignment switch will help him get better. Hey, Riley Van Poppel had a lot of snaps under his belt that he didn't previously before last season. Maybe that'll make him get better. Hey, Williams Winery showed flashes throughout the season. Cade Petchock showed flashes throughout the season. Maybe this is a new system with Rob Orch and Corey Brown being the D-line coach and Roy Manning being the edge coach. Maybe that will go ahead and, expand their ability to be better on the defensive line. I think you could say if, but when you say too many ifs, then I get a little bit nervous, If this happens, that's always been the problem. Like that's the definition of drinking the Kool-Aid is just having so many if so, arguments and having, attaching the word, well, if this guy ends up popping and if this guy ends up playing well, and if this guy ends up playing well, if this guy takes a jump, then, hey, we're really going to end up being a good team this year. And I just think there's a little bit too many ifs when it comes to the D-line. And there's a little bit too many ifs when it comes to the running back room. I think the running back room.
If Coach Wade can get the O-line up and running,
there you go.
Can that improve the ability of the running backs? Who some of them you said a couple segments ago, some of them we saw last year, and we're like, okay, that's enough.
If Jamal Rule can make an instant impact in the running back room, how excited can we get? If Isaiah Mosey has another offseason of being a running back, how much better can he get? Now that Mekhi Nelson is the guy, he has the opportunity. That's another one too. The opportunity for it to be his room and take control of it. It's just there's just not enough production on the D-line room, and there definitely wasn't enough production necessarily brought in for me to get super excited about it. And there's just not nearly enough of experience for me to fully sink my teeth into the running back room and say it's all going to work out. Now, I will say that the running back room definitely has the numbers in terms of, well, you got three guys. One of them has to be pretty good, right? Like you can play that argument off. It's just, there's a lot of ifs and a lot of things that have to go right. And you can make the argument that there might be too many players within both of those rooms that have to get better for Nebraska to be as effective as they want to be. So high on the linebacker room and high on the wide receiver room. I would call myself lukewarm when it comes to the running back room, but this is the main point. This is really the catalyst of this argument. Anthony Calandria is such a lightning rod to me. Like his performance and how he ends up adjusting to the Big Ten is just going to dictate so much of this season. If he goes out and he plays the way that he did at UNLV, if he plays 90%, he has 90% of the production he had at UNLV at Nebraska, he's going to have one of the best seasons we've seen from a Nebraska quarterback in quite some time. The last season, he had 3,459 passing yards, 649 rushing yards. He had 10 rushing touchdowns, 23 passing touchdowns, and threw 9 interceptions. Led the Mountain West in yards per attempt. Was the Mountain West Player of the Year. It's just one of those things where I could see this guy stepping out into the field and people going, "Wow, this is magical. This is incredible. This is wow." He is putting this team on his back, and his dynamic ability, whether it be through the air or on the ground, this is something that Nebraska has been missing for quite some time. This is the real difference, the difference maker that he can be. And I could also see, Josh, him having a really tough time with the difficulty going up in the Big Ten. And I could see him having some really head-scratching interceptions and head-scratching fumbles and getting to the point where you're like, yeah, this guy's fun. And when you get the good is good. But man, when you get the bad, you lose games. And that's the one thing about this team that I will always come back to is we have so much discussions about talent. And sometimes that talent discussion can become exhausting because it's so subjective, right? And we have people who put a lot of stock into the recruiting rankings and into the star rankings and into the experts and whatnot. And you have people who straight up go, I don't trust the industry at all, And so when you have when you don't have a consensus in terms of how you evaluate things, the talent conversation can become exhausting. But this is what I know about Nebraska football. Nebraska football does not have the talent disparity that an Oregon to an Iowa has, right? Or they do not have that talent advantage that Ohio State has. They don't have that talent advantage that a Georgia might have, or that a Miami might have, or that an Alabama used to have, or still have, right? Like they are just not uberly talented. And every time Ohio State steps onto the field, they are the most talented team on that field. They have guys who are faster, who are bigger, who are stronger, that are more explosive. Nebraska does not have that. Okay. They do not have that advantage. And so when you play against a team like Washington, when you play against a team like Illinois, when you play against a team like Iowa, you're just not going to step out onto the field and go ahead and be, well, we're just going to kill them, right? Those games are going to be close. Those margins are going to be thin. The room for error is going to be super, super small, super, super tight. So when you have a quarterback that's a lightning rod, that's either going to throw for 3 touchdowns or 3 interceptions, that's tough when you're dealing with the team that is going to be in a lot of close games. Nebraska is going to be in a lot of close games next season. They are not a team that is just going to, if they're going to blow everybody out. Like, no, they are going to battle and compete week in and week out. And the difference between winning and losing is a fumble or is an interception or is some sort of turnover. And that was always kind of the story with losing close games during the Scott Frost era, and even losing close games in the first 2 years of the Matt Rule era. Was you would just have these mind-boggling turnovers. The Anthony Grant fumble against Minnesota, the Chubba Purdy interception against Maryland, right? You're like, what are we doing, right? Like, how did that happen? How did you allow this to occur? And Anthony Calandria is the type of quarterback that we've seen, especially in his seasons playing Power 5 football, where those are things that happen. The guy threw for 4,000 or 3,400 yards last season, had 4,000 yards total. He's also thrown 20 interceptions over the last 2 seasons.
Got some good comments online here if you're ready for them.
Let's do it.
Hokey Skur, Tony C will have a better year than, and these are his words, not mine, Moneybags Doughboy Dylon will. Luke had a good one in here.
He's talking about my buddy Grant.
Luke, I think the wide receiver room can improve if they get the imposters out of the room first. Sus on Barney this year.
Luke, do you know what Among Us is?
I know that it is a game of some kind. I if you showed me the little characters from it, I could point them out. I don't know the plot of the game. I don't know what platform it's on.
What if I told you that I have like an Among Us group, that we have like a group of 15 guys and we regularly play this game together?
Sure.
It's awesome. It's great.
I know it's very popular.
Luke and I play this game together. He's a friend of mine. And he's now making Among Us reference. Total sus, where you go, oh, I'm sus on that guy, stuff like that. Yeah, the Ja'Cory Barney conversation is an interesting conversation from this perspective. And I said this last year. I looked at that Nebraska wide receiver room last year and I was like, you have a lot of 2s. You have 3 2s, but you don't really have a 1. You don't really have like, this is a dominant NFL type dude. Hey, you have your Tet McMillan, your Jordan Tyson, your Carnell Tate. You have your top guy where you're like, holy crap. Yeah. You have a lot of 2s. And I think with Ja'Cory, there's a lot left on the bone that is Ja'Cory Barney. Like, the production is there and the electric plays are there. There also is the points where it's like, man, he gets banged up, and we kind of saw his progress stalled a little bit throughout the season because he just takes really hard hits and he's super tough. And it's also as well like there were moments where you're like, dude, Ja'Cory, like you got to have better contact balance, like. And I also think as well, we saw him make some progressions on the deeper routes last season. I think Ja'Cory's freshman year, there were moments where I'm like, man, they got to get him down the field more. Like, it was a lot of jet sweeps. It was a lot of touch passes. It was a lot of just getting him the ball either at or behind the line of scrimmage. Where last year we did sort of kind of see, okay, hey, he can get down the field. I'd like to see that progression a little bit more. Ja'Cory, to me, if you just look, you're just going off of what you've seen from him these 2 years. I don't think you could call him a 1, but I definitely don't think you can, shoo off the type of player that he can be and the dynamic ability he brings to the field. That is a guy, though, that there is a jump to be made with him. And that's another thing, too. Like, Isaiah Hunter's another guy where you can kind of categorize that as, wow, he's shown a lot of potential this year, but did he have a true production as a number 1 wide receiver, as a dominant, true number 1 guy? Same thing with Quasi Gilmer. Has a ton of potential, but it's not as if he was lighting the world on fire at UCLA. Maybe in a better passing situation, though, he can take the next step. The wide receiver room has a ton of talent, a ton of potential to have guys who can be very dynamic. But yeah, with Ja'Cory, I don't think he's fully proven he's a top dude yet, but he's certainly a guy who can make some plays. I don't know. There was another good comment here. Sith goes, we are going to be in a lot of close games this season. I would hope the first 3 games are blowout victories, and I could think of 3 potential blowout losses. We are going to have in Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. Well, like, I'm more so talking about the Big Ten schedule, right? Like, obviously, you hope that the Ohio, Bowling Green, and North Dakota games aren't very close. But, you know, are you going to be favorites against Michigan State? Are you going to be favorites against Maryland and Rutgers? Probably. I'll just harken back to last season and go, you know, those are teams, you played 3 teams that you were favored against that in theory you should have handled pretty easily, and they ended up being really close games. Some of them were nail biters, a la the Northwestern game and the Michigan State game. I mean, I would not look. I think that I'm confident in their ability to beat MSU and beat Maryland and beat Rutgers. But if you turn the ball over a lot of those games, that's always been the problem. When we talk about Nebraska losing teams they shouldn't lose to, it just always goes back to you're giving the other team too many opportunities to score the football, and you're killing your momentum every time that you give them another chance through a turnover. Calandria is just that type of quarterback where I think he's going to be super dynamic. I just also worry about the fact that the guy has shown in the past that he at times has trouble holding on to the football. And Nebraska, and it always comes back to the margin for error is going to be very small at times when they play these games in the Big Ten, especially when they play that next tier of teams like Iowa, Washington, and Illinois. Luke also goes, Key was a great player that fell victim to the rule trap. Hard for one person to shine in the system. Became a role player that just had to take on task and not third imposter. Here's the thing about Key. They did a lot of things with Key in that Cincinnati game that I often said, where did that go? That 4th and 2 touchdown that they had, that RPO that he ran the slant on, I think they went weeks without running that play again. They had a 3rd and medium that they literally just go, all right, Dane, get open. And he got open a kind of it was not the best slant in the world, but he got open on it and he got that 3rd down. And I was like, oh, 3rd and key, like he's going to be their 3rd down guy this year. And they didn't do that nearly enough. I do think, though, with Dane, there were multiple times where the guy got wide open on a fade ball and Dylan just missed him straight up. He just overthrew him. And that happened against USC. That happened against Minnesota. I think that Dane Key probably fell victim to more bad passes than probably any other wide receiver on this roster. So, you know, I think that his career or his just season at Nebraska, if he had a better quarterback or at least a more accurate quarterback throwing to him down the field, he definitely would have been put up numbers and had more memorable moments. At the same time, you know, some of those throws would have been completed, probably would have been inconsequential to what the event of the actual game was. I don't think they were a good throw into the end zone away from beating Minnesota. I think there are a lot of other problems that happened in that game. Let's get mad about the NCAA tournament.
Oh, good.
Let's put up that picture and let me get pissed off for about 10 minutes. And then we're going to go to Austin Jacobsen, who'll be on the show here at 1 o'clock on Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone. You know, when cable television was created and ESPN, the idea was birthed, I never thought that. I don't think the creators ever thought that they would see Action Bronson on the Pat McAfee show with a vertical camera. But that's what we're watching now.
There's a lot of things that weren't things back when ESPN was created.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Like podcasts weren't a thing.
True.
And influencers and social
Definitely
media
Mm-hmm.
and Twitter. By the way, have some scheduling announcements. Nebraska football, 7:00 on Fox on a Friday versus Illinois will be happening this season. Another game between these two universities that will happen on a Friday night. It's happened twice before. It was at Illinois a couple of years ago and then at Memorial Stadium. Can't believe that was 2 seasons ago. That's a game that we forget about, by the way. That, like, we always talk about, like, if you could flip the results of a game, like what would have the most impact and whatnot. Like, we talk about USC and we've talked about the Ohio State game. I think we just gloss over, like, what if Dylan Raiola doesn't overthrow Luke Lindenmeyer in the end zone, you know? Like what happens if that pass actually connects and they end up winning that game? Because people forget it was a beautifully designed play that nobody in their mind thought Luke Lindenmeyer was going to go out for a pass there. And all Dylan had to do was hit him wide open in the end zone. He misses him. And then Nebraska still, though, has the ball. They could kick the field goal. And then they missed the field goal. Johnny Hall shot out, and then that game goes to overtime. And it's the worst 4 overtime plays I've ever seen in my entire life. What if that game, that Friday night game at Memorial Stadium that everybody was so upset that it was scheduled then, what if they end up winning that game and they would have had their ranked game? That streak would have been over right then and there. And Nebraska was ranked in that game. People forget. Nebraska was a ranked team. Would have been quite the sight for the Huskers, but the site will be in Champaign on Friday at 7:00. And Joey Colbert, if you're listening out there, my friend, it was announced that the rest of the overseas games for the NFL will be announced on May 13th at 9 a.m. Eastern time on Good Morning Football on the NFL Network. So we will find out all of the international contests that will occur in the NFL this season. How right was Joey? Will my Chicago Bears be playing in Madrid? We will see. Real quickly, before we get to Austin Jacobsen, who will join us here at 1:00, let's get mad. We're going to add this to the stage here. The March Madness bracket, the NCAA bracket, the new 76-team bracket. Josh Hodson, you were spot on yesterday. You said, I am concerned about how the bracket is going to look. It's very important to just society in general that Debbie from accounting can look at this bracket and not be confused.
And I don't say that disparagingly either. That's not like,
it could be John from accounting who doesn't watch college basketball all year. That's it's very important that people who really don't watch college basketball until the NCAA tournament look at the bracket and they're not overwhelmed by all of the things they have to do to turn this thing in. And
this is one of those things that people parachute into.
Really looking at it, it's not that bad. It's not that big of a massacre. It actually doesn't look overly difficult to fill out. You got to fill out your at-large bids at the top, which now include, 12 versus 12 games, an added edition of 12 versus 12 games. But what makes me mad about this is that it isn't a massacre. What makes me mad is that people who supported this thing can look at this and go, hey, look, it's not that bad at all. The bracket is still intact. You still could fill out this thing pretty easily. See, we told you not to be worried.
All right, I'm going to trigger myself and see what Seth Davis is saying.
Here's a great tweet from Mitch Golditch. Okay,
Mitch Golditch.
I don't know if
Are you sure this is a real person before you read this?
No. This guy has 107,000 followers on Twitter. Okay. And he's a writer and senior editor at Sports Illustrated and the Monday Morning Quarterback. This isn't a report. This is an opinion, because I think Mitch puts this as perfectly as you could possibly put it. And this is exactly how I feel. Mitch tweets, one of the defining hallmarks of our modern age is that people in charge of good things are willing to make them incrementally worse for a chance to make more money. knowing most people are powerless to stop it. That is an incredible summarization of my biggest problem with this. There was nothing wrong with the bracket. There was nothing wrong with 68 teams. There was nothing wrong with how we were deciding who got into the NCAA tournament. Everything, it was perfect. It was perfect. Down to the last minute detail. It was perfect. And the NCAA knew that if they added 8 more teams, that they could make more money. And they did not care that it was going to make the tournament worse. They did not care that it was going to lessen the importance of the regular season. They really couldn't give less of a crap. All they wanted to do was to make more money. And they know that even adding 8 more teams, people are still going to watch the NCAA tournament. People are still going to fill out their bracket. People are still going to be fired up when March rolls around. They know.
Yeah, this is just to boost ratings on that Tuesday, Wednesday before the actual tournament, quote unquote.
It's just so frustrating. They don't care that it's worse. They just care that they got the money from your pocket into their pocket. That's all they care about. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating. And it's one of those things where it's like, all right, the NCAA tournament, like this decision just actively makes things, it's yucky. But they do it because they know there's nothing you can do about it. And that's very frustrating as a consumer.
I'm supposed to tell you that's a terribly
we got to hit a break.
Oh,
we got
sorry.
to hit a break. Oscar Jacobsen coming up next. Before we get into it here with Oscar Jacobsen from Herd at Sports, we want to remind you to go to 1620thezone.com and tell us what your favorite walk-up song is, because you can enter the Bananas and Bangers sweepstakes. If you win the Bananas and Bangers sweepstakes, you can get a 4-pack of sweet tickets to the Savannah Bananas, who play at Memorial Stadium on June 13th, $200 and a free duct cleaning from McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air at a $900 value. You can enter online at 1620thezone.com. It's powered by McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air. And while you're over at 1620thezone.com, enter into our plethora amount of contests to win tickets to artists and comedians such as George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the Yachtly Crew, the Black Keys, the Young Giant, Chris Stapleton, and Burt Kreischer, all performing in and around the Nebraska area. We welcome in our very special guest, one of our interviews we do every single Friday at 1 o'clock, Oscar Jacobsen, who is marked safe from Husker Twitter. How are you?
I'm feeling great. I mean, I don't know how you guys have been doing, but
well, I'm okay.
That's good.
You and I have taken probably the best strategy here of everything that is going on in Husker Twitter. We are away behind the glass. Okay?
Yeah, we checked the back seat. That's all that we had to do.
Listen, we are in the back seat, okay? We have front row seats to everything going on, but we are just we're away from the danger. We're away from the hockey hits. Is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, we just this is a great sign that we just need football back, right? That's what we really need, because the only thing that truly brings this country together is watching football together. Talking about football is not our strong suit, but watching football is where we're the best.
Can we agree that we're probably just bored right now? We're just, that's probably the crux of this whole thing. Part of it is you're inferring that with we're not watching football right now. We're just talking about football. I don't know. I think this is the point of the off season where we're just talking a lot, freaking out about stuff. And I think it's definitely a little bit more contentious because we are in a very interesting part of the program right now. I mean, let's just be real. Like, this is a very interesting time we are in with the Matt Rule era, because there definitely is the debate between whether or not this thing is going to work out. I don't think there is one side that is completely right or than the other, right? I think you can have arguments on both sides as to whether or not you think this whole thing is going to end up working out the way that you want it to.
Yeah, I mean, you're in purgatory right now, right? Like, as a fan
base.
Basically.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have definitively one way or another. Like, I can make a great argument that this is, I mean, indistinguishably and record-wise, it's the best 2-year span or 3-year run for Husker football, right? But then it's obviously not to the lofty standards of many in the program. And honestly, like, we talk a lot about the finances in college football a lot. I think that's something we brought up a couple weeks ago too. If I'm pouring money into the program, I'm also probably not super satisfied with what the result has been either. But then there's a part of me that I'm in the camp that if your starting quarterback doesn't get hurt on November 1st, the day after Halloween, you feel pretty good about where your season might end up. So I don't know. I think that there's just been way too much time on our hands to consider every possible doom and gloom scenario that, I don't know. I think the positive fans, I think the pessimist fans, I think everybody's got a reason to speak up. And unfortunately, we're just going to keep doing this for the next few months. But as one Brian Christopherson has said before, I'm never going to tell a fan how to fan. So
no, I think that was a very well said thing there from BC. No, I think purgatory is probably the best way of putting it, where it's just like, I definitely do think there are legs to stand on when you go, man, the guy inherited a really unorganized situation. Like, it was a lot that they had to clean up before they really started sinking their teeth into what they actually wanted to do. At the same time, I think you hit it on the nail on the head. Like, what has been the ROI for people on Nebraska football who have poured money into the program? Like, and then you get into the conversation of like signature wins and like, what have the moments been where you're like, hell yeah, this is awesome and this has been like working out. I think that we have a long time before we get into football, and we just have a lot of good points on both sides where it's just like, I said it last week on the show. It's like, if somebody wants me to go, Matt, plant your flag. Are you pro rule or anti-rule? Or like, do you think this will work out or you not work out? I'm going to tell you, no, I'm not planting my flag. I don't think there's enough yet to fully plant the flag. Do you agree with that? Do you think there is enough yet to really take in after 3 years to say, hey, I feel one way or the other?
I think if you want to dig your heels into the sand, you could find your argument either way. But I'm with you that, and unfortunately for both sides too, no matter what happens this season, if Nebraska goes 9-3 or 10-2 and really surprises everybody, or if they go 5-7, even 4-8, I don't think it proves anything otherwise, right? Like, I know 4-8 sounds very dramatic, but listen, this team, I've said this before, I'm willing to plant my flag on this. I think that this year's Nebraska football team, as it stands right now, where we are on May 8th, and there's been no injuries and no one has put on pads and all that other stuff, I think that this is a better football team than what they were in 2025. Now, does that mean that they're going to win more games? I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but I do think that maybe the product and especially the process will be a lot better than what they had before. And that's just reading the tea leaves of what we've heard from one coach, Matt Rule, and why he changed over coaching staffs and why certain position groups were revamped in transfer portals. I think that that is something that you can believe in, and I'm comfortable saying I feel confident in that. But does that necessarily mean I think that they're going to get to 8-9 wins right away? I don't know. But I think there's a lot more evaluation of the rest of the Big Ten that I think Husker fans haven't necessarily done as much. And we get too quick to look at recent success and to look at what last season showed us from a team that's on the next year's schedule to determine how Nebraska will do this upcoming year.
Yeah, I could see Illinois being a lot worse than maybe people anticipate them.
I agree.
And there is a world. Now, I think Washington's going to be good. I'm pretty firm on that. But
I'm more off on Washington. But yes, I mean, but again, like that's that 50-50. Like you can flip a coin.
But you have this trump card that I don't. They could come off to a really bad start, and Damon Williams is like, I don't want to be here anyway. And everyone's like, well, we know you didn't want to be here anyway. We don't want you to be here anyway. And everything just blows up in Jed Fish's face. And then you have a lost season. Like that is a legitimate possibility that the Washington Huskies have on their hands. If that happens, you feel pretty damn good about them coming to Memorial Stadium and playing that game. And like, we're talking about, hey, Anthony Calandria didn't work out at Virginia the first time. Like, are you a little nervous that maybe he'll revert a little bit to more of that as opposed to what he was at UNLV? Well, do you know who has that way more than Ant does? Caden Hauser, who's going to be the quarterback of Illinois. Like that, that's a way worse case than what Calandria is. So and Luke Altmaier, I think, was one of the more underrated transfer portal acquisitions that we've seen in quite some time here in this era. Like, I agree. Like we put a lot of stock into this, and I'm victim to, or I'm guilty of this. Like I put a lot of stock into the schedule because I think more than likely the programs that have proven that they can be good year in and year out in this era of college football, like Illinois and Iowa, that they're more likely going to be good than bad. But you're right. Like a couple of years ago, we looked at the Indiana-Illinois back-to-back on the schedule, and we were like, oh, auto wins. Great. Yep. Like
it was a 7-0 or 8-0 written in start, right?
Yeah. It was, can they be 7-0 heading into Ohio State was the conversation. That was the key. And it ended up being, well, Illinois won 10 games that year, and Indiana ended up making the college football playoff. So I don't. It's one of those things where it's May. It's May, and there's a long. It's so long. Are you big in the MLB? You big into Major League Baseball? How are you wasting your time on sports right now?
So right now, actually, high school sports is really picking up steam because we do have the state championships that are starting next week for state soccer. So that workflow of mine is actually picking up. And this honestly is one of the more fun times of year because there's not like, games going on over here, games going over here. When it comes to like what I'm covering for work stuff with NEB Preps, it's really just, I get to sit down at Morrison Stadium for a week. And after Morrison Stadium wraps up, I go over to Warner Park and I hang out there. And in between the days at Warner Park, I go over to Burke Stadium and I'm at State Track. And then after that, it's done. Like in legitimately 2.5 weeks, I will be done with high school sports outside of boys golf. So that's kind of what my focus is on. To answer your MLB question, I did take a little bit of a mini break because Dr. Fiance finally got a vacation week. So we went down to Kansas City for a few days, and I got to see the Royals on, I think, the one game that they won in their Guardian series, which good for them. But yeah, it was, I was talking with my friend when we were at the game, And I was saying, you know how much easier the MLB is to watch when you just have one team that you can focus on instead of trying to, absorb the funnel that is Major League Baseball. It's so difficult to watch MLB like this rather than just being like, this is my team. I'm going to focus here. Yeah. And then when the team comes in that we're playing, I'll learn more about them as we go.
That is how I approach Major League Baseball now. I have no idea how the Texas Rangers are doing this year. I have no clue. I don't know what their starting lineup looks like. I'm pretty sure Al Leiter's kid is lighting it up right now. Like everything is great. I will find out all about the Rangers when they play the Cubs this weekend in Texas. Like that's just how. And by the way, it's exactly how I want to consume Major League Baseball. I only give a damn about the NL Central. Those are the only other teams where I'm like, oh, what are they doing? Other than that, it's great. It's phenomenal. Josh Hodson is putting his hands in his face right now because he can't. He is. He
doesn't believe this.
I watch the league in its entirety. Is how Josh loves the Major League Baseball. Let's talk about Nebraska baseball.
Okay.
College World Series. Do you think they're a College World Series team?
Well, so there's two factors of it. And it's funny, we just came off the conversation of like, there's not enough football going on right now for us to talk about, everything else because
but I'm football pilled. I'm football math.
I think what's so funny about college baseball, especially, is even great teams and teams that make the College World Series have just complete duds of weekends sometimes. More often than not, those actually happen in like February or March. And so, they're kind of a big asterisk that you would put onto a team, but you're really not as concerned about them. When Nebraska got swept by Ohio State at the beginning of May, not really where you want to be heading in. But I still would think Nebraska is in a really good spot to make adjustments on its mistakes. And we see that like Ty Horn is moving back into the starting rotation. I actually really thought when they made that move at first and he came in that Tuesday midweek game against Creighton and then was able to pitch in that Sunday contest against USC, in which everybody thought that was going to be kind of the RPI winner, like the winner dinner there for Nebraska baseball to host a regional. I thought that was one of Will Bolt's best coaching performances over the course of a series weekend, was that USC matchup and moving Horn across. Now we'll see if it goes the opposite way, where reverting back to what your original lineup was gets you that same result and what you're looking for. And truthfully, maybe it's just you need someone a little bit more heated and a little bit more experienced and someone who's going to get the fire going a little bit quicker in Ty Horn. And listen, you couldn't ask for a better series to get up and get ready for after having a complete dud in your past trip.
No, Haymarket Park is going to be packed this weekend. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of excitement, and a lot of people are going to show up to see Nebraska baseball potentially bounce back and get the bats going again, hopefully. I mean, that was kind of the underrated part of the story, right? Like, a lot of people were disappointed with the Sunday start, and now Katsky goes ahead and he goes back into the rotation. But, like, the offense did not play well over those 3 games. I mean, they gave up only 2 runs, and they ended up losing the first game. They scored, 3 runs in the second game, and then that Sunday game just wasn't competitive in the slightest, and they gave up 6 home runs. So I think that you can equate to, hey, you lost a competitive game, then you played baseball on Saturday, and then you just had a dud on Saturday or Sunday. And some teams just have duds. You just have duds, and you figure it out. You just can't get swept again. Like that's the you just cannot have another bad weekend, because then you're right. I mean, you'd prefer some of these things to happen in February as opposed to them happening in May. So we'll see what happens there. Nebraska softball. Who is the best? I asked this to Andy Kendi yesterday. I'm curious to your answer. Give me your top 3 college athletes on Nebraska's campus right now. And I'm not just saying like athletes in terms of, they're super athletic. I'm just talking about like best within their sport currently on campus right now.
Okay. That is, okay. Well, I think the obvious one to start with is, I can't combo these picks, but I'll separate them, and I'll say definitely one is Jordy Ball. I mean, she's obviously generational. It helps that she's a homegrown Husker, all that stuff. She made her way back, all that good stuff. I think 2, you do have to go probably volleyball, and you have to go with Andy Jackson. I think as a middle blocker, she is by far and away The way that she plays position is unique. The person that she's able to kind of help with the rest of that program too. And yeah, there's a lot of great stars that are on Nebraska volleyball, but I think if you're looking for what you're saying, like a head and shoulders above the rest of the field in their sport and position, I think Andy's there. I mean, you could lean towards Harper. She's been an All-American. She's done that 3 times now. But there's a lot of talented outside hitters that I think a lot of people would go, okay, yeah, I could see maybe not going Harper here and taking, somebody else, especially the past few years. But now she's in that spot too. So I'll go Andy Jackson there. And man, that third spot, and I do see people in chat, they're wanting me to say my Sydney high jumper for the Nebraska track and field team, Carson Lealing. Unfortunately, she does have a couple of injuries that hold her back. She's got time to be able to be more consistent in her jumps and everything. Oh man, that is tough. Three to me is kind of the hardest spot for me.
There's a lot to pick from. Now, I will say this. The reason why I freaked out when you said Andy Jackson was you are the third person I've asked this question to. Each person has had, and I guess fourth because I'm including myself. Each person has had a volleyball player second.
Mm-hmm.
4 different people have had 3 different volleyball players in the second.
Oh, really?
Spot. I've put Bergen. You put Andy Jackson. Another buddy of mine asked this question. He had Andy Jackson. And I'll just say it was Grant Hansen, the Omaha Supernova announcer. He put Andy Jackson second. And then Andy Kendi put Harper Murray second. So I think that's just wildly interesting. Volleyball gets the second spot, but it's who is that volleyball player? The third spot I gave to Price. Andy gave it to Antrell Taylor, which I'm like,
that's a really good pick.
That's a really, really good pick.
Antrell's a really good pick.
Other picks that could be Axelina Johansson, who's the thrower and for the track and field team. She's awesome at what she does. I went Price just because I'm like, I can't believe all Big Ten first team guy. Like how do you not put that guy in the top 3? Where would you go?
You know what? Because Axelina Johansson, you said it, I can't give you the credit. I will go. I'll do this. I'm gonna homer ball this thing. Carson Lealing for high jump, and I'll explain why. Because not only I'm going to go with the homegrown person, I'm going to go with the Sydney, Nebraska tie-in, but also Carson is still, I believe, top 4 in the country in high jump. When she jumped, she tied the school record. She's still trying to set that. She beat a personal best in Georgia. And then since then, she's stayed kind of consistent with where she's been able to jump. Not only that, but if you're looking for trajectory, Antrell Taylor's a great pick by Candy. That probably is where this third spot should be.
Such a good pick by AK.
But if you're looking at, okay, so I've taken 2 players whose one's career is going to be over here soon. The next will be done by the end of the calendar year in Andy Jackson. Carson has maybe that next projection of saying, listen, the sky's the limit right here for her. I mean, we could be talking about potentially, I'm not going to put this on anybody by any means, but you could be talking about Carson Lealing competing in an Olympic Games coming up, the way that she's able to jump and what her ceiling could be on the track and field. And, for that reason, I'll go there just to 1, be unique, 2, be a homer, and 3, because I do believe that she has a lot of potential to be able to kind of elevate herself into a new stratosphere, not only for Nebraska, but to take the Panhandle and to take the university to Olympic heights.
Sticking, by the way, Nebraska wrestling, 2 big pickups in the transfer portal.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday. Lucas Cochran and Anthony Echamendia. Did I get that right? The 2-time All-American from Iowa State.
You know better than me.
Okay, fair enough. But massive pickups for Mark Manning and his crew. Also, by the way, too, your take on Nebraska volleyball refusing to play at Bob Devaney Sports Center. They are now going to Vegas to take on Texas and UNLV. They'll also be playing in Dallas. They'll also be playing at Wrigley Field. They just were at the in Chadron.
All those games are within 10 days of each other, by the way.
Absolutely insane. Our national, I mean, if you do something nationally for volleyball, you have to include Nebraska, right? I mean, it's just absolutely remarkable, in my opinion. How, like, if you're ever going to do anything that's new in volleyball, like, you have to invite Nebraska. Like, if you're going to get anybody to this party, you have to invite Austin Jacobsen. Somebody one time said at Sydney, Nebraska.
Yeah, people have been saying that. They also said that at trailer parks in Kearney, Nebraska, too, from 2016 to 2020. But beside the point, I mean, yeah, you're right. And also, it's the same argument we've heard from Matt Rule about why Nebraska is such a great location in the Big Ten, because, you're this many hours of a flight to the West Coast, you're this many hours of flight to Texas, you're this many hours in a flight over the East Coast. So if you are going to, invite a program that's willing to make the travel, has the resources, and probably wants to be in that spotlight anyway, Nebraska is kind of your pick to do it for all those reasons. And to Josh's point about the 10-day travel, yeah, Nebraska's never done this sort of road trip and national concourse experience before in this length of time, but it has been done in some of their more recent history, especially in last year when they did have a couple of back-to-back trips where they were away from home, or they had some quick turnarounds where they were playing, an AVCA for serve showcase. They would travel down and play another game kind of in a closer relative area, and then kind of move forward and move on from there. 10 days is going to be tough, but much like Nebraska, I think, realizes early on, volleyball is the sport is more keen in college to be able to play a lot of impactful non-conference games. I think Nebraska recognizes that the Big Ten could be maybe a little bit of a step down, and they need some of these marquee matchups to give themselves some more points if it gets close with some of these other big programs. Maybe not in terms of hosting a Lincoln Regional. Those will always probably be the case for Nebraska. We've only seen it not happen once in, I think, the past decade. But if you're hosting all the way to the Elite Eight, you're going to want that advantage, and you have to have some non-conference points to go for you, especially if your conference isn't as deep as it has been in years past.
You going to Wrigley?
No, probably not. No, I'm not on the volleyball beat, and I believe that is the same starting weekend as high school football in the state. So I will probably lean towards my Friday nights. So you're obsessed with this Wrigley, man.
What do you mean?
Rightfully so. Hey. Why don't you take a deep breath before you talk next time? My goodness, that was crazy. There you go.
Deep breath. Yes, I'm obsessed with it. It's absolutely incredible. They're going to a federal landmark to play volleyball, and it's
a federal.
Yeah, it's a national landmark. Go look it up. Wrigley Field is a national landmark. It's federally protected.
Where's it? Where's Wrigley Field at? I don't know. Could you tell me?
It's in Wrigleyville.
Is that like Wrigley, Chicago? Wrigley, like
it's in Chicago.
Okay, good to know.
It's 15 minutes away from my house.
Would you say it's a bigger deal that Nebraska volleyball is playing inside of Jerry's World than Wrigley?
Oh no. It's playing now. It's Wrigley Field. No. They're playing in a baseball stadium.
Well, sorry, the Cubs are such a sorry franchise that they have to include other
All right,
sports.
that's Austin Jacobsen of Herd at Sports. Thank you so much for joining Middays with Matt.
What happened?
You disrespected Wrigley. You disrespect Wrigley on the show.
The Herd at Zone beef continues.
You are off. You
Josh. Oh, hey, a programming note before. I want to ask you this on air because it's much more fun to do this, right?
Oh, go ahead.
So next week, I am in Sarasota, Florida for a bachelor party during this radio hit. Do we A, move it, B, do it on the phone when I'm on likely a boat on a bachelor party, or C, do I just avoid?
No, you come on the show and preferably
on camera.
On camera. Can you stream it on your phone? Mm-hmm. That is the apps, and I want to hear duns, 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 duns. Like I want it all, and we will not talk about any sports during that. I just want to see what you're doing. So, by the way, what type of question was that from you? Oh, are you sure that you don't want me to do the interview while I'm on a boat in Florida? Of course I do. That'd be awesome.
Just making sure because, I want your director of audio to be able to approve that as well, because if you can't hear anything, then it's not going to be a great interview. And I know how great your interviews from people on the road have been before, and they've always worked so well. So I just wanted to make sure that we were really planning this out.
Yeah, it's not like that one time where we planned an interview on the road to really be the core of the show, and then the interview on the road literally couldn't happen.
That's the exact thing I wanted to happen, so I don't know why everyone's making fun of it.
What is going on?
Stop hitting your microphones, gentlemen.
I didn't hit my mic.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, the Herd at 1620 the Zone Beef does not include Austin and Matt. We're just throwing pieces of paper into the fire.
It is us.
We're just here. Well, we're not doing anything. What's going on?
Just hanging out. All right, Matt. Till next time. Hey, and you should come down to State Soccer. Come see me sometime next week.
You wanted me to go to Roncalli, right? Is it at Roncalli?
No, it's at Morrison downtown.
Have I been to Morrison? I think I've been to Morrison before. Do they have good concession stands?
It's like
Oh, it's Crane Soccer.
by
I'll
your
just
house.
I'll walk through it. I'll just.
I
Walk
was gonna say I've been told that 1620 The Zone is a big Creighton station. That's at least what I've been reading. So I'm just I'd be shocked to know that you
Hey,
didn't know that.
everything you read on Twitter is totally true, and you should trust it in its entirety. That's what I tell people all the time.
The best part is no one seems to remember when I said dumb Memorial Stadium takes last summer. So this is great.
Yeah,
I'm
it
happy.
really just
Everyone's happy.
Me too. I say a bunch of stupid things too, and just get swept under the rug because everybody else keeps yelling at each other. So it's fun. We're having fun. Austin Jacobsen, Herd at Sports. We'll see you later. You're the man.
Yep. See you next time.
Talk to you. Balls coming up next with a new song here on Middays with Matt. balls, 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 balls. Everybody, balls, 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 balls. Everybody. I ran out of breath saying balls. Balls, 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 balls. Everybody, balls, 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 balls. Everybody.
Really went balls to the walls there.
I did. I just thought, how many times could I say balls as humanly possible to a beat? And that's what we went with. And
I don't hate it.
And I ran out of breath at one. So I have to, there's a hiccup in there. I have to delete that. I go, balls, 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 balls. But it's fun. That's what we're doing. We're doing balls. Talking about Major League Baseballs, if you will. Josh, awesome, the good, the bad, the ugly of what's going on in the MLB, please.
Yes. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. 3 teams at 26-12 atop the Major League Baseball standings. My Atlanta Braves, the New York Yankees, and Matt's Chicago Cubs.
Incredible.
Tampa Bay half a game back at 25-12. Matt, this is the first time 4 different teams have had a .675 win percentage or higher at the end of a given day, minimum 35 games, since June 6th, 1904.
My God.
So the good teams are very good.
By the way,
right now.
I love baseball and the fact that there's no such thing as this is the first time ever.
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Like, everything has happened. Everything has already occurred. It's just there are things that haven't happened in 122 years.
There are, I don't forget the exact combination of things, but it's like, there are things the Cubs did this week that have never been done before.
I did see it. It was like how many one-run games they won.
Walk-off games at home.
And the comeback, comeback win. They had 9 of the 14 were comeback wins. I did see that as well. Now, I will say, what the Cubs have going probably is less merit-based than what Atlanta and New York has. Like, I think this is more of like a lightning in a bottle situation for the Cubs, and this is what they're going to be all year long because of the injuries. But
hey, baby, ride the lightning.
Still pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Still pretty damn good. What is the not so good?
We have just 4 AL teams above 500.
Crazy.
Only 2 of those teams are multiple games above 500. And I just told you who they were, the Yankees and the Rays near the top of Major League Baseball.
There's a bunch of teams that are like grouped up at 18-20 right now in the American League. I was looking at the standings yesterday. Did watch the Rays defeat the Boston Red Sox yesterday. I only knew one of the players on the Rays who were playing yesterday. That's all I knew.
That's the secret sauce for the Rays.
And everybody else was just hammering the ball everywhere across the diamond and taking extra bases. It was absolutely ridiculous. That Boston team, woof.
Yeah, they're down bad.
Yeah, they kind of pulled a Robert Saleh, Jeff Hafley situation where they went ahead and they fired, even though their team wasn't good, they fired their best coach on the staff. And it's like, yeah, Saleh probably deserved to get fired, and I'm not a big fan of Alex Cora anyway, but you weren't making your team any better by doing it. You were doing the opposite, if we're being frank. And so that season, you can make the argument it might already be lost for the Red Sox, unfortunately.
Feels like it, certainly with the Yankees and Rays doing so well right now.
Where are the Blue Jays? Are the Blue Jays not playing well?
The Blue Jays are struggling. They're 5 games under 500. You see a lot of the baseball pundits just go, it's pretty much the same as last year, but something doesn't look right. They can't quite put their fingers on it.
Good point. What is the ugly?
The ugly is in your division, the NL Central. The Reds have not won a game since the last time we did this segment.
Whoa!
They've lost 7 in a row, 2 of 8 in their last 10, swept by the Pirates and the Cubs. Now, if we want to be positive, boys, which I'm sure you don't, but they get the Astros and the Nationals over the next 7 days.
It's one of those things where my hate for the NL Central does not supersede my hate for the NFC North. I will never have any sort of solace or feel good toward anything that the NFC North is doing. The NL Central is, when we're playing them, I want to beat them. I will say this: if you're a Cincinnati Reds fan and you want a bit of a silver lining, you should have won at least 2 of those games against the Cubs.
Yeah, not like you're playing bad baseball.
Yeah, no, the Cubs are still a very good team, and they are competing to the very end against them. They just got, the Wrigley wind killed them on that PCA home run.
The Reds would be winning the AL West and AL Central.
They'll be fine. They're going to be okay. Just it's a bump in the road. Look, the Cubs are going to go on a pretty bad losing streak at some point. I am fully prepared for them to go 3-7 or 2-8 at one point during a 10 game stretch, just because they are very, 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 very hurt right now. And it's also one of those things too, where the Cubs are hurt and there's really no silver lining at this point. 3 of their top pitchers are going to be out some for the whole season, others at least an extended period of time. And Justin Steele having the setback that he did coming back from his injury, definitely some tough news. So the NL Central, super competitive, still very much wide open. Is it still too early to tell? Some people are asking. Mike Farron would say, shut your mouth, McMaster. Of course it's too early.
Absolutely.
How are you feeling about the Braves? Are you ready to get hurt again?
Yes, I've watched a lot of the Braves this season. I rapidly am falling in love with every single player on this team. I understand there will be some regression to the mean, but we'll see what happens this weekend when they play the Dodgers.
Favorite Brave right now? Is it still Ronnie?
Still Ronnie. He's on the IL. Matt's on a tear. So
Matt is so good.
I'm on a first name basis with all my players.
You're on a first name basis with all of them?
Yeah.
Or you're best friends with them?
Yeah, Matt Olson. I'm impressed with his ability defensively because he's so tall. He can, if you make a bad throw to first, he's able to cover you because he's like 6'4" or something.
It's funny. I was looking at Matt Olson. I was like, look at that guy. That guy just looks like a stud. He just looks like a ball player.
Yeah.
And you called him good looking?
Yeah.
Well, yes, good looking guy.
Good looking guy.
J-Man immediately responds, Dansby Swanson.
No. That was my wife's favorite Brave when he was on the Braves.
That's the thing. Your girlfriend knows who Joe Burrow is.
That's right.
Your girlfriend knows who Joe Burrow is, what position he plays, what number he is, and who he's dating. Okay. I don't think Justin Herbert ever got into that stratosphere. Even
I don't
though
think so.
You could make an argument for him to enter that stratosphere. Tom Brady was never like that, though. Tom Brady, if you want to talk about going from you were not good looking when you started as a rookie, and then Tom Brady somehow has never been better looking in his life, and he's retired. Which always comes back to the fact that you are not ugly, you are just poor.
Exactly.
And so that will always be that main argument. Good job, Josh.
Thank
you. Was balls.
Balls.
There's some, we can clean some things up.
It was catchy.
Balls. But like you say balls a lot. If you keep saying balls, you run out of breath and you have to, and then that doesn't sound good when you go back to saying balls. Singing is hard. I've been doing a lot of singing over the last couple of weeks. It's not easy. I used to say there are way too many singer-songwriters out there. I apologize. I apologize vehemently. I didn't recognize how hard your craft was.
I mean, you do like to sing on an intro, which I find weird as somebody who
is bad at singing.
Yeah, I didn't want to be so blunt about it, but yeah, that's correct.
We'll figure something. We're gonna get better. We're going to get better. We're gonna go back to the drawing board. We're gonna figure out the things that we need to do. We're gonna look ourselves in the mirror, and we're gonna keep belting out these intros. That was balls here on Middays with Matt. Coming up next, what to watch and dog of the day. Josh, what are we watching tonight?
Oh, we got all sorts of things to watch this weekend. The NBA playoffs roll along all weekend long. Knicks, the only team with a chance to advance between now and Monday. Sunday at 2 p.m. on ESPN, the 2026 NBA Draft Lottery. Washington, Indiana, and Brooklyn each have a 14% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick, followed by Utah and Sacramento with an 11.5% chance.
You know who's going to win.
Indiana.
No.
The Oklahoma City Thunder.
Stop it. Stop it. The Bulls. Say it. The Bulls are going to win the lottery. Just say it into existence.
The Bulls will win the lottery.
You didn't say that with a lot of conviction, Josh.
Oh, you didn't? You heard that, huh? WNBA, it's opening night. 3 games on Ion tonight.
On what?
Ion, it's a television network. You'll need it for later in What to Watch. It's noon on Saturday. That's tomorrow on ABC. It is Dallas at Indiana. That should be a pretty fun matchup there. A lot of stars on the court in Indiana there. NHL playoffs continue this weekend. Carolina can eliminate Philadelphia tomorrow. I was told Philadelphia would win last night.
Is that what you were told?
I was told by a ghost dog that, right?
Yeah, the Flyers are very good. They are. I watched that whole game. And sometimes you like come away from those games and you can, make some observations. Be like, oh, they didn't do this well. They didn't do that well. Or didn't do blah, blah, blah. Sometimes you just walk away from games and you're like, oh, no, they're just not good enough. And the Flyers are just simply not good enough to beat the Carolina Hurricanes. That's just it.
Major League Baseball on our TVs this weekend. Twins Guardians tonight on Apple. Cardinals Padres follows that on Apple. And Big Fox tomorrow evening. Astros Reds tomorrow on FS1 in the afternoon. And Sunday Night Baseball live from Kauffman Stadium on Sunday. Tigers Royals at 6 o'clock on Peacock. Number 25, Nebraska baseball takes on Iowa this weekend. Big series for the Skurs. 6 o'clock tonight on Nebraska Public Media. They do play Saturday. They also play 2 o'clock on Sunday. That'll be on BTN. Georgetown in town to take on the Creighton Blue Jays all weekend long on Yacht Rock 1180. Big Ten tournament softball quarterfinals. Number 2, Nebraska takes on Indiana at 4 o'clock today on BTN. And should Nebraska advance to the championship, likely, yes. They would take on number 7, Wisconsin, or number 3, UCLA, after the Badgers upset the 2 seed yesterday. 3 o'clock Saturday is your Big Ten championship on BTN. And to close this out, tomorrow afternoon on Ion at 2 o'clock, it is the 2026 MLV Championship.
Oh.
The final team in, the Omaha Supernovas, look to hang another banner at the CHI Health Center if they can beat the 2-seeded Dallas Pulse.
I feel like the only teams that the Supernovas have played this year are the Indy Ignite and the Dallas Pulse.
They beat Indy last night.
Dude, it is like anytime they're playing or anytime we're reading a promo or anytime we're giving away tickets, it's either the Pulse or the Ignite. And
That's
the
right.
San Diego team no longer around.
Yeah, they folded last night after they lost.
Yeah, they looked at their hand and they go, oh my God, we got deuce 7. We're screwed.
Yeah.
I have to show you a clip on social media. You know the guy who does the, I'm going to rip his throat out. That's Stu Feiner. That's an actual guy. He's an actual current content creator. He had one of the funniest moments I've seen on the internet in quite some time. I will show it to you out of the break. We're in a rut. We are. I think the Cincinnati Reds have won more recently than Dog of the Day. This has been
sad. Could you imagine?
This has been tough. We're going to cop out here. We're going to take New York Knicks money line plus 102.
Whoa. That's a thing I can get?
That's a thing you can get. People.
Wow. Okay.
The 76ers are favored. I'm like, these people are psychos. Like the same people that say that the golden age of movies was when we didn't have any sound. You people are crazy. Okay.
I know Joel Embiid is like one leg, right?
There was Bill Simmons had a great, like, the guy that he does the movie podcast with is a Sixers fan. He was rubbing it in and he goes, by the time this comes out, Embiid will be out. So good. You know what was so good this week? We had a great week. We had a lot of fun, right? We loved making jokes and having a good time and talking about sports stories. We hope we see you. You tune in for Monday, and we love entertaining you, and we appreciate you joining us this entire week for Middays with Matt. Have a great weekend. I'll be in Chicago. Josh, you have a great weekend as well, buddy. We'll see you Monday. The crossover in USC coming up next.